Oops. Oh no. Oh, it's trying to connect to my truck. There we go. Now we're listening to some chill music. I might have to unplug this thing because it keeps trying to connect to my truck pretty relentlessly. But I'm just like pulling out of my driveway, pretty much. Can you see me? Tell me if I'm live, because I don't have any way to know unless you tell me in chat. Last minute shopping? Yeah, how did you know? I guess we're going to Target. But what I realize is that with my phone streaming, I don't think it can... Ooh, what happened to that car? Gross. I don't think my phone can do navigation. Maybe it can. No, probably not. Do you know where Target is, Neo?
What?
Do you know where Target is?
Do you need me to navigate for you?
Well, I don't have... it looks like I can't use the truck's navigation with my phone streaming. I know there's one...
Well, do you know where it is, or do you need me to do it?
I don't know where it is. Where do you guys usually go? We could just drive around till we find it eventually. But yeah, thanks for checking. Thanks for checking if it's live, Danzo. Yeah, so whenever I do these IRLs, I'm usually testing a couple of things. I want to test the wireless, and I want to test the Psynaps SuperStream system, because you know, people are always using the SuperStream system 24/7 worldwide. I mean, oh yeah. What does it say? Where does it say it's at? Does it say it's down 528? Do I turn left or right?
Wait, up here?
Like,
up here,
if I go down southern.
Up here, turn right.
And then, where does it look like it is? Like north or south from here? Like the final destination.
From here? Then after that, we turn golf course.
Oh, golf course. Turn right?
Turn right here, yeah.
But no, on golf course.
What?
On golf course, turn right?
Well, no, turn right here, and then tell us to go down this way, like that.
Yeah. And then what?
And then turn on golf course after going down southern for a little bit.
Okay. But turn right on golf
Yeah,
course.
right here.
No, on golf course, turn right. Is that a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn?
Oh, right hand turn right here. Goes the left way.
Okay, and then when you get to golf course, which way do you turn then? Right or left?
I think it'll be right.
Alright. That's okay, that's part of navigating. You have to know which way to turn. But we're trying to listen to some classical music in here. Turning all the lights on. Oh, I turned the Christmas lights on at the back too. Because I have Christmas lights that are like on the bed of the truck. So we're maximum festive. But anyway, on the server system, people are streaming with this technology probably for the last, 7 years? 7 or 8 years. So for the last 8 years, people are live on the Psynaps servers 24/7 all around the world. There's never been a time in the last 8 years where the servers were not live. They're always live because people have to use these servers to do IRL streaming. And So I don't really have to test because I test with everyone else. I test with, look at that guy over there doing a workout. Everybody tests for me. So as you can imagine, when you run a company, the best way to test everything is just to have everybody that's using it test it. So we always have a live test bench that's good for testing. Sometimes people will, have trouble with their phone. Oh, here's golf course. I'm going to turn here. Sometimes people have a hard time, with their phone, and they'll be like, I can't connect, or my connection is slow, or something like that. So I help them to figure out, why their phone is slow or why their app's not connecting or whatever. And sometimes it's hard to troubleshoot those little things, because when I do it, it always works for me. I had a hard time connecting today, and you know why? Because I had the wrong URL entered in there. I was like, oh shoot, like now I can't leave because my phone won't connect. I was like, is it a problem with the server? Is it a problem with the Psynaps Superstream system? And I was like, do I need to like reset my SRT, or like what's going on? The whole problem was I just had the wrong URL selected. I had my home URL selected and not the cloud. And so it's always usually something like that. Our ingest servers never go down. They have 100% uptime, and they never fail or have an error. So they just don't. They really, really, truly 100% don't. I've seen everything fail. I've seen mobile apps fail. I've seen phones fail, encoders. I've seen GPU drivers fail. Everything in the world has failed. There's one thing that never fails over all of these years, and that's the Psynaps ingest. They're literally the best in the world. There's literally nothing better than them out there that's available. And why is that? I think it's just the touch, my touch, how much care I take, how many years of development I've done. There's a reason why they never fail. There's probably a back way to get there, but I don't know the back way. Danzo, Toolkit is not even on the same level as the Psynaps servers. They're not even on they never have been on the same level, but it seems like they try to. Do you mind me asking tech-related questions? Yeah, you can. It's just I can't read while I'm actually driving. I can't read the chat, but I can answer questions whenever I stop. I think I'm gonna try getting there. I think I can go. I actually don't know the back way. I know the general area, so I'm going to go to the general area and then see. But it's not that far. Traffic is not too bad either, but there's a lot of traffic. But it's not too bad. There's another truck like mine. I'm just gonna drive chill, so I don't get mixed up with the holiday rage drivers. We're just cruising. I wish you could see out my window, but I don't have a mount for that yet. I don't really want to put a mount on the windshield because just like the view of through the truck, there's not a lot of like window space, and it's already taken up a little bit by like dash cam and some other things. It's not like a huge windshield, so I could totally put it on there, but I think it would obstruct the view a little. I'm trying to do it to minimize view blocking. Just for safety. And then plus, if you get pulled over, like, good luck explaining to the cops what you're doing, because there's only a very small chance they'll understand. They won't know what the heck I'm doing, I'm sure.
Today's weather is sponsored by the monthly sustaining members of KHFM. I'm meteorologist Sarah with your forecast from KWT Action Center.
See, my question is kind of related to that. I was watching these SFin and Canute road trip. Yeah, SFin and Canute both use my servers from Austin to San Diego, and there's some issues sending signals to Toolkit. Can you explain what caused it? No, I don't know what caused it. I don't know why they would be trying to send signals to Toolkit, because both SFin and Canute, they had to switch to using Psynaps because they were, for some reason, using Toolkit, but I don't know why they were doing that. So I think what happened is what happened is there were some other streamers that were using Toolkit, and they were trying to collaborate with them. And so that was a mistake, because we just got the other streamers to use the Psynaps links instead. I mean, I can't support at all what Toolkit is doing. Like, normally I would say they can just do whatever they want and I don't care, but the problem is, the reason I can't just say that is it's gotten bad, and it hurts the streamers, and it's not fair to the streamers, and it's just like a disservice to them. If it was free, I think Toolkit will sometimes they're strange because they want the streamers to use their service, and so they'll offer it for free. But what you don't realize is that when you offer a free service, you can't have a high quality service. And top of the line streamers, like pro streamers that are actually making revenue off their stream, they need a high quality stream, and so you can't give them like cheap stuff that doesn't work really well, and then that be okay. So for me, I find it a little bit unfair and offensive that they would do that they would go and try to get the bigger streamers to use their platform. If you're like a new streamer and you're just getting started, I could understand a cheap service. Your stream might not be making that much revenue, and so you want something very cheap and easy. Can't argue with that, and that's kind of, I think, the niche they fill. But for top end streaming, there's no excuse. To me, I want to have a talk with some of the larger streamers and be like, listen, you can't. I can already tell you the future. I can tell you what's going to happen. It's going to break, and then what are you going to do? So don't do that. And for TVU related, yes. So TVU, they have an amazing encoder, but their back end is a little bit messed up. And I heard that they were asking the Toolkit guys for help with the back end. And so that explains what the problem is. I talked to Toolkit very early on, before they were kind of ready to get into IRL and stuff. And it was a little bit too early, but I need to talk to them again so I can help them. But yeah, Toolkit was running some of the TVU, because TVU has what's called the TVU encoder. And it's a software you run on the cloud. And basically what it is it's like the Psynaps ingests. It takes all of the signals that the TVU is sending out from the bonding, and it reassembles the signals on the cloud. And then they do one extra step that's not good that I need to work with them on. I can help them increase the quality of the TVU because they do a step that reduces the quality of the TVU. The TVU is actually sending a very nice signal out, and then it gets ruined a little bit on their software stack, and then from there it sends out the signal to the final destination, which is the Psynaps servers. Or to Twitch if you're streaming direct, but nobody does that. And so you can choose where to run. This is where TVU hasn't done much work. They run their encoders on AWS or some other platform. And I found out from talking to some of the streamers that they're running sometimes the encoders on the toolkit networks, which are not good, and that's why the whole thing went. So I can't say it was TVU's fault. It might have just all been toolkit's fault that all of that happened. I'm presuming it is because that was a big mess. So it sounds like maybe I'm not saying the most positive things about toolkit, but that's because you can't be doing that in 2026. You can't be doing that in 2025. You can't be doing that ever. Not at this level of streaming. Streaming is pretty serious for the streamers. You can't be running through those networks. And I don't know why anybody would. Well, actually, I do know why. Some people have told me why they did, and it's to save money or just ease of use, ease of some people find the control panel is easier to press the buttons or something like that. But I can't really agree with that because buttons are pretty easy to press. I actually put fewer buttons on my control panel to press, so you can't tell me it's easier to use because that's doesn't make any sense. But that's what they say. That's what the users have told me. And I'm like, okay, then we're good. If that's the reason you want to use it, there's no changes that need to be made on my side. We're good. I think I found it. I did find it. I came exactly straight here to Target. Somehow I knew where it was. I don't know. Hey, Finland is here. Hey, Jonesfin. Jones Avocado is here. Jonesfin, I have some cool stuff to show you whenever I get back. Danzo says that sounds strange since they ask top-of-the-line prices. But they don't. They don't, Danzo. They might charge you. They might overcharge you, but for the streamers, they don't. That's why the streamers use them, because they don't have to pay for it. I'm interested in the tech side of things. I don't mind sharing constructive criticism. Yeah, I'll share it how I want. That's for sure. I'll say it very straight. Yeah, I'm not going to defend these other guys in the industry that are screwing over streamers. I won't defend them. I'll come out publicly and be like, you want to know what they did? I'll tell you what they did. And I won't lie. And I'll tell the truth. I'll tell you exactly what they did. And I'll tell you why a lot of people don't have the balls to kind of stand up for other streamers and stuff, because they're worried about themselves. They're worried about how they look. So they won't come out and be like, look what Toolkit did to all of these streamers, and what some of the other look at the parking lot here. Holy moly. I better just go this way. So some of the streamers are afraid how they might look, or they're afraid it might hurt their chances for future sponsorships and stuff. But I can assure other streamers they have nothing to worry about. Your sponsorships are not going to be hurt by, speaking poorly about these other companies, because what sponsorship could possibly be hurt by that? There are none. Danzo says, if your servers have 100% uptime, in fact, speak for themselves. That's right. That's right. I don't worry about it. I never have worried about it too much. I think I could probably do more work to help streamers, to prevent streamers from getting into trouble with the other platforms. But I don't do any work like that. I don't do any marketing. I don't do any advertising. And I never try to get people to switch services. Like, I don't reach out to other streamers and be like, hey, all the problems you've been having, we've always been the solution to that. We've always been the solution to uptime. We've always been the solution to stability. We've always been the solution to revenue potential, to generating more revenue. We can make you more money. Well, if you already have a revenue stream, we're not going to go make money for you. We're just going to give you that uptime and all of the options so you can make money the way you do normally. The other platforms can't support that. They don't do it at that level. So if I were to go out and tell them all that, what would happen? They would switch. But some people won't. Some people are loyal. I notice in the streamer community, some people will just they like the person, or they like something. They don't care about revenue potential. They don't care about stability. They just like the personalities of the people that are running it. And I get that too. There's some people that, they... I'm not sure this is working out, Mr. Neo. There's a traffic jam at Target.
Well,
We're not going to be parking we're going to Target, but we're not going to be parking there. There is nowhere to park at Target. And people are piling in from the road. This is weird. Yeah, but there's kind of I think you guys got faked out a little bit. I like TVU. I'm going to be working with them a lot more, I think, because they want to do IRL, but they're not at the level of LiveView, for example. And so I think LiveView I'm not sure what happened. I think LiveView stopped sending live views out for free, and that hurt them a little bit in terms of how many people were using live views. So what I learned from streamers is whatever you give them for free, they're gonna use that, because I think they want to feel big streamers and stuff. I like sponsorships too as a streamer, but I, like many creators, I don't care about just because it's free I'm gonna use it. That's not how it works in the real world. I think well, it's not how it works if you really want high quality. When you want high quality, you pay for the quality. High quality is not for free for anyone, not for anyone in the world. So we're here. Do you guys want to see this madness? I'm afraid to see what's going to happen in there. I'm going to take you with me. Okay, let me clear all these errors. Ken Toby is here. Hey, what's up, guys? It's good to see you. I can't scroll the chat because my chat is just an overlay. So I can't scroll my chat, but I can see the last few chats at least. But Ken Toby, it's good to see you. I have something for you guys, for the old school OGs. I have a I have a cool new like rendering thing I did, and I'm gonna give you some cool little things I'm gonna render you. Wait till you see it. Check the Discord if you want to see. I made one for Protein. Protein got to see the first round, but there's more coming. They take time. I'm working on this huge workflow. But guys, the guys doing IRL, please help them. Please tell them to quit messing around. No. Scratch. But I didn't do that. Somebody closed the door on something. I find all these neat little scratches
That's a lot.
on my truck that
I have missed you, old friend.
I don't think I did. Little tiny ones, they're not bad, but I'm like, I never did that, because if I did that, I would know. I would freak out. But like, holy moly. Let's see if you can see it. It's like a little, somebody closed the door on, it's like somebody closed the door on something. Maybe if I give it a little, some little buffs, it'll come out. And that's my door. I'm the only one that opens my door, so I have no idea. All right, let's check it out. Best viewer, somebody ban the bots. The bots bot. This is not Kick. But what are you guys doing on the holidays? I'm coming to see if I can get some gifts. We were having a hard time deciding, some little gifts. Look at that really bright light up at the peak. Can you see that way up there? Here, I'll try to see if you can see it. If you look way up to the mountain, here, let me go this way a little bit. Way up here on this mountain, there's like a really bright light. Does it let me zoom? Oh, it does let me zoom. See that like way up there? Right at the peak, there's like a shiny light. What is that? Aliens? I'm in New Mexico, so pretty much everything's aliens. Everybody knows that. Ask anybody. 10 years? Yes. In the chat they say that we've been having fun for 10 years. You've been subbed for 10 years subbed. I thought it was 20 years. But it's only been 10. 10. Do you think I look any older now than 10 years ago? Or do I look younger? What do you think? Also, I think you were asking about if I was using Moblin or IRL Pro. I'm using IRL Pro right now. It's working pretty well. It streams. So good job. Good job for the devs helping out with the bitrate. I think that's the most important part, is how the bitrate is handled. Because you know how you do low bitrate, high bitrate. You have sometimes some adaptive bitrate, and that was something that LiveView did really good, and I think LiveView kind of showed us what that was about, and it just didn't exist until LiveView helped us. And so after we saw what it was like to have that adaptive bitrate and kind of the bitrate stepping down based on the quality of the connection, the quality of the connection is like your modems, basically. You know, how much bitrate your modems can do. Well, it turns out that the modems and the SIM cards, they're not always good. In fact, the ones I'm using right now are not that good. And so you have to have the bitrate features. Because you get interference. You get radio interference. You get radio getting blocked by elevators and just anything in the environment. Like, I'm in the store. Anything could interfere with the radio in here. Look at all these people. Oh no. What have we done? What have we done? This is the worst idea that I've ever had. We shouldn't have did this. Do you ever go to the store and then really regret it when you get there? That's okay. We'll figure it out. I think where we're going is on the other side, but we'll just go this way. I've been here before looking for USB cables, and I couldn't find anything.
Sure, but I want like not just that. Which county do I in?
Last time I saw you had 1 or 2 gray hairs. Ken Toby? Are you saying that I got more gray hairs? Maybe. Well, my kids are growing up, so that would explain that, I think. No? Okay, I think we're getting close to where we're trying to go. I think we're going over here. Ooh, camping. Some camping stuff. Some barbecues. I heard that Amaranth and her husband were just her husband. I just saw the title of the stream and said he was looking for Breaking Bad stuff. And I was like, is he in Albuquerque? And they're like, yep. I was like, oh shoot, we should meet up. Yeah, there's too much people. Now we're looking for a gift kit with some girly stuff that smells good and has lotions and stuff. We can also go to Walmart too. My phone battery will be able to make it because I think the battery's like gotten pretty eaten up with this live streaming. This is the first time I've been using this phone to live stream, and I think it's doing pretty good, but it makes me realize how much power it takes to keep it streaming and bonding and everything for hours. Avocado, are you still playing WoW? Yeah, I'm healing on Druid still. I just haven't changed. I just kept healing, and been having a good time with the healing on Druid Mythic Plus. So I didn't do anything this season. I'm not sure. Maybe I did like 2,500 rated last season. I pretty much just go for the achievements. Like for the mount, I get the 2K mount and then the 2,500 whatever little thing you get. And this season I didn't really play much. What about you? Danzo says, I like the option. Do configuration for lyrics with QR code? Yeah. I got the QR code config. But you know, when people use the Psynaps, I send them a QR code, and that helps them, keeps them out of trouble, because there are some bad settings that you can do in IRL Pro that could be very bad for your key. There's a setting that leaks the keys, but I talked to the developer and and then the developer helped me to configure the QR codes to prevent the key being leaked to the third-party thing. One of their features leaks. Hopefully Moblin doesn't do that. But it's okay, as long as you use the app right, you don't have to leak anything.
Yeah, it says therapeutic.
Cool dev. Yeah, he's always been pretty cool. He wanted to, I guess it was kind of one of his goals to, make it so that bonding could be more available to more people. And I told him, I'm not sure that's a very good idea to do that, but that is a nice thing to do. Like, that is very nice. It's a nice idea. Maybe for people who are just getting started and don't have professional bonding. So that was kind of cool. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything here. I don't know if this is the place. I'm not seeing anything. Do you see anything?
I don't know.
Me neither. Me neither. I don't know what I'm looking for. Maybe I can see if they no PvP. Blondie Wandy was hanging out in the stream the other night, and she was also talking a little bit about PvP. I went in, like, I think some of us that were raiding, you see something down there? You can look. There was, like, I think we gotta go to Walmart. I don't think Target has what I'm thinking of. I bet Costco has some good stuff. Costco's probably, Costco will be like, or maybe not actually, we could check. Oh, I'm losing bit rates. My bit rates, oh no. Bit rates going down. Tell me if it gets all effy, and I'll try resetting it. Part of IRL streaming is kind of dealing with how signal goes up and down. An F spot. I'll try going over here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm looking at it, but let's see if I can get my strap on right here. Trying to wear. It's trying, but it's pretty poopy. Between AT&T and Verizon, it can't really do it. Let's try going somewhere else, because I don't know how to shop here. Do you see anything good? I don't know either. I don't know. If we can't find anything, then it was a good effort. Good effort. Go shopping earlier in the year. Once you wait till the last minute, then it's too late, I think, is what I'm seeing. You like these, they look very soft. I think blankets is a nice idea, but the thing with blankets is it's not cold. Like, we're going through this heat wave. It could get cold though, but I have a feeling that this season is just not going to be cold. Did you play WoW before IRL became a thing? Yeah. Yep. Played WoW with, you know, with Recful and the old school guys, and that's what got me started. Yeah, you know Recful?
Yeah.
Recful used the Super Stream system. He was one of the first people to use it, and he was also one of the first IRL streamers, if not the first. Well, he's definitely the first biggest IRL streamer. Him and Chance and Soda Poppin' and Nick, those are the first. And I worked with them with World of Warcraft. That's how I got to know Soda Poppin' and Recful and Nick and the OG streamers. I did World of Warcraft intros for Soda Poppin'. His community and stuff, and then just naturally, because working with them, then we just started doing IRL and stuff as well. Dropping out. Okay, we're gonna leave here pretty soon too, but we're just looking at. We might have found some. You're just trying to decide between the two.
I don't.
Wait, what are these? Are these pillows?
Yeah.
Pillows. They're decorative pillows. I don't think those really match.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But I would probably just get one or the other anyway. If you want to get, let's just get the blanket and not the pillows, because I don't know what the decoration situation is, you know. You want to look at anything else? I don't really have any signal here, so I want to try to get out of here if we can. I don't know what that is. It's very fluffy though. Yeah, I did. Yep. Bajira, every time I talk to Bajira, he talks about the intro.
Like, it tastes like Band-Aid smell.
But the OG names, yep. Well, it was a long time ago. It's like 10 years ago, I think. But the community with us while we did that. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, but if you drink, one seems to know what he's doing. Are you looking for the sausage thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you think you could find it?
Maybe.
to drink. One knows. I wonder. He kind of took initiative. It's probably this way. I'm gonna just walk down this way. Our bitrate is going back up now. Huh. Is the audio and everything okay? Like, the system and also the phone app, you know, recovers, and also OBS Media Player will recover from most Fs, but there's still some Fs when they get really bad that will just completely throw off audio sync, and there's really not much you can do about it in a reasonable way. Ooh, I'm gonna go down this aisle. This is the aisle with the adult drinks. Nah, I don't need that aisle. How do I rate the Bella Box system? I think I'm an enthusiast at heart, and I think my rating of the Bella Box system is it's for enthusiasts. If you like to play with your own hardware and try to build your own, you know, I think, you know, my perspective will be like a perspective of like the history of IRL, you know, like how IRL started and what people need to stream in IRL. I am all-knowing, all-father of IRL. So thus, I will tell you that there was a desire early on to have an alternative to the LiveView. The LiveView backpack stream system was, at some point, and probably still is today, the top shelf method, best-in-class method for IRL streaming. However, the LiveView backpack was expensive for some that are just doing it as a hobby and not professionally yet. I was thinking it would be here, but same thing, like the little sausage thing. So the Bella Box was, you know, people were thinking, hey, can you do this on a Raspberry Pi? Let's get a Pi and see if we can stream from it. Well, that didn't work very well. Pies suck for streaming, except for the new Pi, banana pies or whatever they are. And then, well, maybe I should go down this way. And then the, what's it called? The little NVIDIA thing came out. Little NVIDIA, what's it called?
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah.
The Nano or whatever. The little NVIDIA thing came out. It wasn't too expensive. It was just a couple $100. And that was exactly what we needed. And so Rational actually, you know, he really jumped on that. And so he wanted to, you know, program in Linux a way to take video and send it out from an HDMI input, just like the LiveView does. And he did. He created a cool system that is an alternative to a LiveView at the time, and everybody was like, that is really cool. But there's one thing missing from it, I think, when it came out. It's still missing from it, and it's not really missing, it's just more like stylistic, is it's DIY. So you know, support is community based. There's not like official support for it, although the community is generally nice. I mean, I haven't really found them to be nice enough to kind of make up for the lack of like proper support and stuff. The Jetson Nano, that's right. But it's there, it's an option. So it's a good thing overall. It's, you know, I've wanted to buy one for a long time, but I decided not to. I just never needed one. The only reason I wanted to buy one, actually, I wanted to get a Bella Box for drone streaming. What are you looking at there? Ooh, what are those?
Ethiopian coffee.
Oh, coffees. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Do you think for John? Or just for everybody? Let's get two. One for mom and one for John. I don't know, just something interesting. What looks weird, but not too novel, because these are adults. They're not gonna want to get too crazy. How about what is that? Intelligent. Look at this coffee. Which one would you pick? Onboarding tutorial, Danzo? Right, and that's not a deal breaker. I'm doing two things at the same time, so my thoughts are a little bit like half in and half out. So I'll continue that discussion, but because I need to like complete my thoughts. But get Black Rifle for John, see which ones look good, and then get Death Wish for mom. Yeah.
Yeah. You sure she would like that?
Oh yeah, she wants. She's always looking for. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if she likes it. Oh, the bigger ones? I don't know. Those ones do look good. Bulletproof. There's. Oh, the dark roast one? I wonder. Oh, you think these would be better than Death Wish? There's actually this one here. The dark roast looks popular. I wonder if those are any good. Pete's Coffee, Big Bang. Oh, look at the dark. The dark roasts are. They're 16 for the bigger bag. These are 10 ounces, and these ones are 10 ounces, but they're on sale. Okay, well, you can pick either this one or this one. I would pick that one because it has a cooler thing. I don't know what it is.
I don't know either.
Pete's Lightning. Oh, those are on sale for $9 as well. That's cool. But yeah, like long story short, Box, good for like high-end streamers that are a little bit fussy about everything just working. Not as good. So, and also I should say that the Box systems do fully work and integrate with the Psynaps SuperStream system, and then our ingests are a premium solution for the Box as well. So Box provides their own ingests for the Box. They got the Box Cloud. Shout out to their cloud, because a lot of people use that, but their cloud is nowhere near as flexible and has nowhere near the amount of features as just even a single Synapse ingest. So you can do more for production. If you were going to be doing like IRL streaming, or streaming from a desktop, or streaming drone, or streaming in a production way, like professionally, like in a studio with production gear, you would use the Synapse ingest with the Box for that. Get it. I think you're kind of like not overthinking about your I think you've already decided in a way.
Yeah.
But you just have to do it. So we're doing it. Deathwise is good. Oh look. Oh, you've tried that? Jonesfin says the Death Wish is good. You don't have to change your mind though. Just do it. You want to get that one too, maybe? So that one?
Yeah.
That one's for John. Okay, get that one too. Okay. So we're getting both. Because you said Jonesfin, because you said it's good, I'm getting it. Because I believe you, and plus I wanted it anyway. And so I'm gonna do it anyway. So I think we're finished here, unless we can find the thing. I don't think it exists. Now, good luck checking out of here. I don't know if we're gonna make it. I don't know if we're gonna make it out. Hey, Protein is here. Hey, Protein, did you see? Look at all the old school crew is here. The OG crew is in the chat right now. Watching me struggle to just do a simple shopping. I don't know how you guys have the patience to deal with me. Wait a minute. What is over here? Oh, some shavers. Do you need any like beard products? What in the world?
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm looking at some weird products over here. I can't show you these on the stream. There's like a million vibrators and even a stroker for him here at Target. I didn't even know they had this stuff.
They're just having the hardest time.
Oh, they're expensive too. Oh my gosh. Maybe you gotta get some of those for Christmas. Beer or beer? I got beer yesterday. We went to the wine store yesterday on the stream. Okay, I lost Future Ink 1. Where did he go? Where did he go? Uh-oh. I think I lost him. So now I have to find Future Ink 1 because he escaped. I was distracted looking at the they have these vibrating wands and a stroker and a pocket wand. What is that? What's that for? A mighty powerful wand. I got distracted looking at that, and then now I lost the younger ones. So shoot. I guess we'll just go stand in line. Future Ink 1, you know the consistency? There's Future Ink 1 and Baby Rank 1, and then the little one, the newest one, doesn't even have a nickname yet because we didn't even give him a nickname yet. He still has to find his nickname. Shoot, he's gone. Did you find something else? The bitrate is terrible in here. We gotta go. Let's go, dude. We're done here.
Yeah.
You can't be shopping in places with bad bitrate. That's bad service. Even the place I went yesterday, the wine place, AT&T was completely dead on that one, but Verizon worked. So we made it, but in here, both of them were pretty dead. For some reason. Is that one open? No. We'll just go here. Are you open? We need all the Knights of the Round Table. Jones Finn, the Knights. Let's do something for Knights of the Round Table. That's what Jones been saying. Okay, you hold this.
Yeah. Total 60, 68.
Do that right thing here.
Thank you.
I'll stream my card.
Yeah, I was stream that.
I'm getting confused because now I'm like symbols and then like not the hair packets. Every time I buy something, I do something. Have a good evening, Mayor.
Okay, you grab these and I'll grab this. Okay, what was Future Ink 1 streaming for you guys?
Just film the room. I didn't know
It's dark outside now. Oh, look, there's Starbucks here. So we got some gifts. It was $60. No, we should probably just go. Alright, now we're back out. And I wonder if those lights are still up there. No. There were these really weird lights up by the mountains. And I think it was aliens out there, up on the crest. But now it's gone. So we had a little bit of, we viewed the aliens earlier. In New Mexico, everything is aliens and Breaking Bad and meth and aliens. And what else is in New Mexico? That's about it.
chili.
Oh, green chili, yeah. It's just chili and green chili, meth, and aliens. And that's it. There's nothing more. UFO. See if I can put my bag where I get a better signal. There we go. So let's check the bit rates now. Verizon is going full bit rate. AT&T is pretty much crapped out. I wonder if there's anything I could do to make it better. Let me see. I've got the Netgear Nighthawk. It's doing AT&T. I don't know. I have like this grandfathered AT&T plan. I've had it for a long time, and I get a little bit better deal on it. They kind of phased out all the grandfather things, so they converted it to something else at some point. But it's still a good deal, probably better deal than you could get if you just went to AT&T right now. So I just keep it going on that one deal. But sometimes I wonder if that plan is not as good because it's like a different category of plan. I don't know. I'll have to try some different ones. But it works. It's not great. It claims to be 5G. But I don't think anyone's ever seen a 5G speed before. Okay, that's... You know what? Let's put these in the inside, just so they're easier to get to.
I'll just hold them.
Just so I can close the garage. You know, yeah, you could just put them on the seat on the side where the car seat is. That'll work. But look, you can see my see the lights on the back. So I have it plugged in here. And then there's the inverter goes in there. Sometimes I have a battery in here too. Like for camping and stuff, I'll put a battery in there, but I just kind of string these lights on. Make sure those are connected. There's nothing really, nothing technical about my lights set up here. It just kind of lays there. Alright, we better get out of here before these holiday ragers get crazy. Let me see if I can set up this Verizon M5 M6. Oh, which version? It's the, should be an M5, I think. I think it's not the one that's locked to AT&T, I don't think. I think it might be the unlocked one, but I don't remember. I think a lot of us buy these Netgears used, so I got it used on Amazon. It was a good price. Well, it was a better price. I think they're all pretty overpriced, to be honest. These things are a couple $100, even on the secondhand market. Oops, that's not right. Let me try again. I'm gonna switch the way I do these. And then now we can turn on the underlights. No, my phone is trying to connect to this truck again. It just gives me pop-up after pop-up. It's relentlessly trying to connect. But then it won't. So let me turn off Bluetooth, maybe. Wish me luck.
And a hammer. Give me a hammer.
Careful, dear.
So, hey, Jonesvin, are you still here?
We should change the radio station.
Yeah, this doesn't sound
I wanted to tell you.
very exciting. 94 Rock. Oh, Pearl Jam, you want that? It's hard to go wrong with Pearl Jam. Look, I was gonna show the underlights really quick. I'll show you on the camera. Check this out. Okay, see if you can see the underlights. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys the underlights. I thought it was cool. I know it's like extra stuff that you don't really need for your truck, but I think it's really come in handy because we've used it for various things. Like, let's see if that will fit. I don't think so. Let me try to get this plugged in. I'm doing USB. This is when Pearl Jam was creating the what do you call it? It's alternative rock genre. Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Fast and Furious, right? Okay, so that's plugged in. Now let's see if the AT&T will plug into this without glitching out. So we're kind of doing a little bit nighttime driving now. I'll open up you guys the moonroof. A lot of people decorate their cars for the holidays. You notice that?
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of people put the like
We have lights on the
reindeers.
back of our truck.
Oops. I'm going four-wheel drive on the curb. Let me try to just do regular.
Remember the lady who
Yeah.
driving on the curb?
We were looking at Christmas lights the other day, and
There was some lady who just went on the curb for like solid 10 seconds.
Yeah, she was turning, and she turned and missed the turn, and she hit the curb, went on the curb,
And didn't get off the curb
and then
for a while.
stayed on the curb, driving on it for a while, and then fell off the curb.
Then just kept driving.
So I don't know what that was. I just assume that when people do stuff like that, they're probably just like they're drunk. And so that's kind of scary because you don't know how drunk people are. Okay, drunk drivers are drunk drivers. They're always going to make mistakes, and it's a little bit more unsafe when everybody's drunk. But how drunk they are is the thing you don't know. Some people get really, really drunk when they drive, and they're not in control of anything. They're just like, they're going to crash into something. Just the longer they're on the road, they're going to crash, and you don't know what they're going to crash into, but it's going to be something. And so I didn't know if that was what was going on. I was like, you know, is she like 5 times the limit of drunk? Is she going to crash into my car? And so we just went in a circle and kind of avoided her for a while. Or maybe it's just a mistake, you know, just driving down the curb a little bit. Whoops. Could happen to anyone. No, I don't think so. I think she was drunk. Oh no. AT&T says full bars, but it's not giving any bitrate. I also wonder too if maybe it's if maybe the bonding algorithm in the mobile app kind of like, if it's having a hard time with AT&T, maybe AT&T's throwing like a little bit of latency, so it's like kind of pushing it down a little bit. Look, they're doing another Pearl Jam song, back-to-back Pearl Jam. What song is this? Do you recognize it? Is it Animal? I think this might be Animal. Oh, dude, motorcycle, bro. Have you ever spoken to Sushi Dragon? Yeah. Sushi Dragon uses Psynaps servers. Yeah, Sushi Dragon has used the Psynaps servers for many, many years. We've known each other since Sushi Dragon actually comes to the Psynaps stream sometimes. And he likes the all the dynamic stuff that we used to do on the stream, like the scene switches and all the crazy alerts that we used to do for subscribers and whatever. Sushi Dragon came to the stream to tell me that he liked that, and I was like, bro, coming from you, that is nuts, because the stuff he does is like way crazier than the stuff that I did. So but the thing about Sushi Dragon is he doesn't need too much of that stuff because he does a lot of that stuff himself. So, you know, when he does cons, like when he goes to TwitchCon and stuff, he'll use the SuperStream system. But you know, when he has all his gear on and he like takes it to the conference. But then for other times, he'll just use the ingest to stream in his own like studio or his own hangar or whatever the thing he has. And oh man, I can't see anything. I have to wait till these guys cross a little bit. But I think he recently, I think he's doing something like homebrew. I'm not sure what he's doing, but if he's having trouble, I can always reach out and see if he needs an adjustment on his services or if he needs a different service or what. Yeah, now traffic is gotten a little bit nutty. Yeah, I talked to Sushi Dragon. You know, I wanted to do something like business-wise with Sushi Dragon because I know he's developing like his own tech and stuff, and he's always thinking about like, you know, what new tech could be used. And so I thought maybe there might be an opportunity for us to like think about a new product or something, but we didn't really talk too much more about it. I think, you know, the stuff he's working on doesn't really need, you know, stream tech. He's doing more like the hardware side. He doesn't want to do cloud, or at least when I talked to him, he didn't want to do anything with cloud. He's really focused on what can you put in your backpack on your person, and that's where his specialty is, and he wants to engineer like that. But he definitely knows that when it comes to the cloud stuff, that you know, if he wanted to go that direction, there is the best in class option always available for him. Work together on that. I can't wait to watch the VOD of this stream because we really had some tough times inside the store. There was no bitrate in there, so I'm surprised I even like stayed live. If I was able to stay live through all that, that's nuts. Because Verizon was pretty dead in there, AT&T was pretty dead. And IRL Pro was just completely red. It was telling me red, which means there's like lost packets. You guys think it went to BRB a little bit? I'll have to check. Because the chat didn't say it went to BRB, so I must not have the chat bot connected. Can you hear the music back there?
Yeah.
Alright. Hopefully YouTube doesn't get mad because there's music. Because YouTube is very sensitive to music. It knows. If you even have a song playing in your head, it can read your mind and it knows you're thinking of that song, and it'll ban you. YouTube knows. It's because Gemini 3 knows what you're thinking.
If you have even heard music in your life, then YouTube's
Yeah, they're gonna monetize it. Look, another Pro Jam song coming on. They're playing all the Pro Jam greats. That's cool. 94 Rock didn't forget about Pearl Jam. You guys like Pearl Jam? Pretty sure we grew up with Pearl Jam. Danzo says it came back pretty fast. Yeah, and we were talking about it too. It's funny because we were talking about the different stream systems and stuff while I was like having, you know, crappy bitrate. It's funny. But I think that's the true test, I think, of the streaming service. One thing like new IRL streamers don't realize is how much does the modems play a part, and how much does the cloud part play a part? Because they both play a very large part. The cloud does help to reduce Fs. It is programmed with algorithms that are designed to hold on to the signal. My algorithms are designed to have smoother networking with the mobile providers, with AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, and the various edge providers. And we're talking about all kinds of configurations, from the code itself, from the ingest code, to the kernel of the OS, to the location of the servers and what peering those servers have with those networks. Every hop is optimized for the mobile edge. And it'll work fine with everybody else too, because we're optimized to the mobile edge. You know, your home ISPs will be even better optimized as well, just for the same reason. But it's all for mobile. Now that's one part. The other part are the SIM cards. The SIM cards have to also have a good service. You know, you need good radio. And the analogy that I use is, you know, the SuperStream system can't clean the pigeon poop off the cell towers, right? You know, we can do a lot of stuff with the algorithms and all that stuff, but I can't go up there and wipe off all the pigeon shit off of the cell phone towers. Like, the cell phone towers have to work is the point. And, you know, you have to have the SIM cards to be able to communicate with the internet in the first place. But once you're on and you have a good connection to the cloud, you know, or a good enough connection, then the rest of the tech will just take over. I don't really think that any other streaming platform does that. Even Twitch itself doesn't do that kind of stuff. There's no other platform that does that kind of stuff.
That's Border Road from Pearl Jam. New Mexico's real rock. We are 94 rock. Corey Roddick in the big rig. So those guys in Pearl Jam a couple months ago.
Twitch ingests are just like transitioning over to completely AWS. And so AWS has pretty good peering with home ISPs. So, and it's not because they made an effort, it's because everybody else makes an effort to peer with AWS. So they're in a pretty good spot. They're pretty lazy about that kind of stuff. They're like, they won't make any extra effort to try to peer with their customers. They just let the customers peer with them. And then the Psynaps system will use AWS sometimes, but AWS is probably one of the worst platforms for hosting live streaming that I've used. It's one of the worst. Out of all of them that I've tried, AWS probably has the worst uptime and the worst performance. And they have the biggest outages too. Like, they have massive outages. When AWS goes down, the whole thing goes down. And so they're not the best for uptime. And so when I work with streamers, we want to increase uptime. Therefore, we do not use AWS most of the time, unless the streamer wants AWS. There has been some cases where somebody will have a special use case for AWS because they have a certain modem, and that modem works best with AWS, or they have you know, some requirement like that. And then boom, we just launch. We got them already ready to go on AWS, just like that. And, we did some with Google for a while, but Google, they are really good. Google is, you know, probably the best, to be honest, with networking. Seems to be better than AWS, but Google is also probably the most expensive. So there's a balance there. You have to provide the best, but it can't be too expensive where it's out of reach of the streamers. And that's, I think, what the biggest problem with all the cloud stuff is it becomes out of reach very quickly. So it's lower. We come in lower than broadcast, but if you want premium, it's going to come in a little higher than free. So that's the only trick there. We're almost back. I had a chill cruise. We're not like hauling ass or anything. We're driving careful because I just assume everybody's drunk on the holidays. And I'm completely dark. You guys can't see anything except for a little bit of blue from outside. I guess I could turn on a light, but you're not supposed to do that. AV1 support. AV1 didn't really work out for Twitch. I don't know why they were even doing that. It was a dumb idea from the beginning. It really was. It really was. We thought it was a good idea. You know, engineers in like 2017, 2018 were talking about AV1 on Twitch. And we were all like, yeah, we want AV1. Yes, AV1's good for like progression. AV1, it's open. It's like more of an open protocol, unlike H.265, for example. It potentially can perform better than H.265, but it didn't turn out to. That was one of the major problems was HEVC got good, and AV1 didn't get good as fast. So HEVC still was performing better for live. AV1 was not. And then there was the problem for hardware. Not everybody has a 4000 or 5000 series NVIDIA. Maybe I don't know if the AMD, maybe the new AMD GPUs are doing it too, but not everybody has that. Most people don't have that, in fact. And so it was kind of a dumb idea to even suggest AV1 at this day and age. And so that's why we don't see it, I think. It just wasn't a good idea. And it didn't work really well. They tried, though. You can get out here. If you can get out. What is the Quadro GPUs I use? Well, there's many different kinds. I use the last few cohorts of Quadros out there. Alright, I think feature 1 got everything. Oh, I just press that button, it turns it off. I don't even know how to use my own radio. Alright. I love the lights that I have on this on the truck. A lot of people do tires and do all kinds of crazy stuff, but I didn't want to do a lot of that stuff. I just want to do lights. I like the lights. And you know what else I want to do that's really nerdy? I want to put a like a PA system. You know, like the police have one where you can talk through their speaker with their sirens and stuff. I want to put one of those on the truck too. So if I'm just like driving by and I just want to yell at the other cars, I'll be like, "Hey, get off the road! You get off the road!" You ever want to do that? Or is it just me? It's like a really loud PA. 2 of them, one facing forward and one facing backwards, because I might want to yell at the guy behind me too. You can buy those on Amazon. Alright. No off-road package? I got off-road. I got the, I already got the, well, I got the base off-road package. It does have the, it doesn't have like a lift, but it does have 35-inch tires. There's 35-inch tires, and it's got all the 4-wheel drive, everything. But it already looks lifted because the new ones, they all have a little, but this one's more lifted than like the base package, I think. And so it's already good. And plus, I'm not crawling rocks yet. I'll probably destroy this thing if I try to go crawling rocks, because I've just never done that. So it can do it, and I'm sure I can do it, but it would be foolish for me to just like start doing it. So until I get more experience and whatever, there's no reason for me to trick it out for crawling rocks. D Block 420, yo, what's up? You lost your GPU. Wait a minute. What do you mean you lost your GPU, Protein? Did it burn up? How do you lose your GPU? Did it blow up, my man? That's not good. I thought I might blow up my GPU last night, actually. But you actually blew up your GPU. I thought I was going to blow up my GPU training it. I'll show you what I trained my AI on. But my GPU's getting hot. I was filling my computer and I was just looking at the temperatures. The temperatures looked okay. They were 90 degrees Celsius. That's what all my computers run at all the time. If your computer's not running at 90 degrees Celsius, you're not trying hard enough. That's my philosophy. Okay, I made it back.
You made it.
It was, you probably never seen Target like that.
You said it was bad news.
Like, there was like traffic jam trying to pull into the whole block of Target. Like just cars piling in. We didn't even park at Target. And then inside was, well, when we got there, the lines were bad, but by the time we left, they weren't as bad. And I didn't know, I couldn't see anything in there. But Neil started seeing things, so I just let him go. And he saw everything. Yeah, shopping's hard. Don't send me shopping if you're trying to get things actually get done. I think we learned that. Well, let me stop this so I can switch over to the other one. There it is. I'm just checking a quick latency check. But look, I don't even have my camera on. Let me turn my camera on. I don't even have my mic on. Let's get the mic. We'll get all that stuff on. I got some Shinerbach. Let's plug this in to the refrigerator. I'm gonna plug them in. So we have nicknames for Neo and Jack's, like Future Rank 1 and Baby Rank 1. That's what I refer them online. But we don't have one for the little baby.
He's ever rank 1.
We called him Everink.
Ever Rank 1?
We're not so sure.
Well, we don't know about it.
Okay.
But you don't know.
He's asking if they speak to.
I think that's fine, but isn't that actually his name?
Yeah, so I shouldn't do that.
But it could.
2, 3, 4. No, he's.
No.
And also when we were in Target, there was no signal in there.
Oh no.
So we were streaming just on very low bitrate. But I guess it worked. Apparently it worked. There were some BRBs, I heard. But that's science right there. I'm the inventor of the BRB. The BRB didn't exist until I made it. Some people don't believe me when I say that. Actually, I don't know if anybody doesn't believe me or not. Sometimes I feel like people who don't know seem hesitant.
It's becoming candy. Look at my candy.
What is all that stuff that's going on there?
We're making gingerbread, but that has to go in the fridge for a little bit, and then now we're making candy out of candy. That's what we're doing.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but carry on.
Look, see?
A weird scratch on my door. It was like opening something.
Uh-oh.
I didn't do it.
Which door?
My door.
Your driver?
Yeah, driver door.
Do you think was somebody parked next to you?
No, it wasn't that.
Nobody
It's
was
like kind of
parked
on
next
the inside. Like I can see it. It's either a white paint or a white or paint scratched
Oh
off.
no.
I can't tell. I can feel it's like rough,
These ones, because
but I've never seen it before. So either I just discovered it or it's new. But I think it's new because I always wash it. I would be able to see it, you know. Sounds weird. Hey, Wazzle. Okay, I'm going back to show the 3D stuff I was working on. I'm gonna let those beers cool down a little bit because they've been in the garage. I found a surprise in the garage. It turns out there was a bunch of beer in there already. So I just didn't know about it. It was just in there. It's cool. Where's the whiskey? The whiskey's here. I made a whiskey and Coke yesterday. Maybe I'll make another one today. Why not? Just gotta sit down and get comfortable. How did my phone battery do? I think I started my phone battery at about like 45%, and right now it's 46%. So it actually charged a little bit in the truck. So that's pretty cool. Let me turn this off, sorry. Okay, can you hear me? It's always good to test these a little bit. Test the bonding server, see how it's going. Everything ran fine except for the AT&T modem. AT&T. So it makes me wonder, like, is it the plan that I'm on, or is it just AT&T in general? Because sometimes it depends on the plan. Not every plan is equal. Yep, this. I think in 2026, mobile data is still the wild card. We have servers like all over the world. All of the cloud stuff is solid. Mobile data still like hit or miss. Like they'll sell you these plans promising you unlimited this and unlimited that. Then when you go to use it, you can't even stream. It's unlimited nothing. So watch out with your data plans. All right, now I can see the chat. So, what happened? 1 hour ago, Ken Toby subscribed. You guys didn't tell me Ken Toby subscribed. I'm supposed to know this because I'm the streamer, but I didn't even see it. So, thank you, Ken Toby, just in case I didn't give a shout out. And a couple of follows. Thank you for the follows. I don't know how we get follows nowadays. Nowadays, 2025 going to 2026, how does the stream even get discovered? I didn't expect I'd get any follows, but that's good. We got some. And USC is back. So I trained a new LoRa. I want to see if I can somehow trick you guys into trying to train some LoRa's, but on my 3090, I was able to train the LoRa to the logo. And this is what I put in it. These are like the training images. And these are just from like little clips of, I don't know, previous work done. And this one was pretty cool. I actually found my Cinema 4D of this logo. And so I took these pictures last night just to see what it would do when I put it in the AI. And I don't know if it helped the AI or hurt the AI to have, you know, like 3 pictures of the same thing just with like different lighting. Presumably helps it, but I also saw it doing some weird stuff. So I might take these line drawings out. But it should work. .3D. These ones I think kind of broke it because these ones there's more spacing because it looks like it's a spacecraft. So I don't know if that helps it or hurts it. I'm still learning this, the LoRa fine tuning. That one's pretty badass. I think that one's pretty cool. And that one's just nothing. I don't think I even use this one because I don't think the perspective like would help. I was thinking of just throwing that in there and let it train on that, but then I realized there's not much to train on there. That's not even really a thing. I think I might use that one. But these are for the AI train. There's Psymetheus. You remember Psymetheus? You know what's funny is my little one loves Psymetheus, loves the story of Psymetheus, how Psynaps goes into Psymetheus, because Psymetheus is like the Jaeger. It's influenced by the Jaeger from Pacific Rim. You know, the giant robots, and then the pilots of the Jaeger, they actually plug in neurologically. Kind of like the Matrix, where the guys, you know, they plug in, they got the plugins in the back of the head and whatever. Don't forget, Pacific Rim, if you haven't seen it, you got to see it. That's just basic movie homework. You know, it's based off the story. It's like a Japanese story. And they made a movie. They might have even made 2. I don't know if they made 2. I know they made 1 for sure. It's called Pacific Rim. Check that out. That's where Psymetheus was influenced by. And so Psynaps goes up the elevator and goes into Psymetheus, and he gets plugged in and then drives Psymetheus out to fight the multi-boxers of Darkspear in World of Warcraft. So that was pretty cool. They even showed it. They showed the movie at a conference in Europe somewhere. I think maybe in France. The organizers of this conference called me and they're like, you know, we're showing these like 3D videos. And I forgot what the theme of their conference was, but it was something about like 3D animated something. And so they found the video somewhere and I was like, that's awesome. Go for it. Wish I could be there. Should have went, I guess. And so now we're here. Danzo says, do you automate the prompts? Sometimes. Yeah. So I programmatically in Python, I'll give Python a list of prompt options, and then I'll tell Python, mix them up, randomize them. And so I can create these completely random prompts. Let me see, maybe I can show it. Let me see if I can show the Python code. I just want to make it go blank for just a second so that in case I have like, you know, top secret super Psynaps coding on in the back, because I'm continuously coding the super stream system nonstop. Always making it a little better, little by little. But let me find where Protein, did you check Discord to see those images that I posted in there? I posted you some. There's new ones too. Let me show you these new ones I've got. But let me find the prompt thing. Fuck. Where did I put that? Caption. There's a llama captioning. There's some Meshtastic relaying. I got Meshtastic all wired into my WebSocket system over here. Dude, Meshtastic is a lot of fun. You can program, you know, I like Meshtastic because you can interface the computer with the radio. And that's what I've always wanted to do. And Meshtastic is like the perfect platform for that. Okay, so models. Oh, here it is. This is right here. Having a hard time finding everything. Prompt generator. So here's an example of one of the prompt generators. It is for video, but I haven't really used it. My image prompt generator is much more elaborate, so maybe I should try showing you that one. Single image to videos. Prompt generator. Let me see if maybe this one is better. So I always like writing very big descriptions when I code, and I like to use lots of comments in my coding. And basically, yeah, so I got like a quality stack, a system prompt, and a refiner system prompt, because I actually refine the prompt. I run the prompt through a second prompter. Now, a lot of this stuff, I think prompt engineers will probably think I'm probably wasting some energy here a little bit. But that's because I'm also learning myself. I'm learning like what works. You know, I could probably be doing this much simpler. But what I found is doing this kind of abstract workflow, the images are coming out really, really good. So Quen likes all of this mumbo jumbo that I'm doing here. And then I have these genre clusters, you know, like urban lifestyle, cinematic vintage, occupational, high stakes. You know, this is like deep sea welder, forest firefighter, biolab technician. So it's just lists and lists of these interesting things that will, the way I think of it, like giving entropy to the prompt. So I'm giving the prompt these wild things for it to think about, and then it ends up coming up with some of these wild outputs. And so these are just kind of like fuel for the entropy. And then I give it some inspirational context. You know, these are all going to be added to a massive prompt. And holy clean comment system. You like that, how I do my comments? I like that too. Remember, I'm a trained scientist. So that's what my training is in. My training is not in network engineering or graphic arts or whatever. My schooling, you know, I'm a PhD in neurosciences, and in science, you have to take notes, and your notes have to be reproducible. Your notes and your scientific, documentation needs to be in a way that another scientist can take it and perform those experiments. You know, in science, there's repeatability, and that's one of the foundations of science. And good science is the fact that you can reproduce the results. How do you reproduce them? Notes. You have to take good notes. Now that's the long story of why I have comments. The short story is I just forget. I don't remember. I'll do a block. I'll program a whole block of code, a whole function or a class or whatever. And then I'll come back a few months later and look at it like, like I didn't even write it. I might write it by hand, not even vibe coding it. I might write the whole thing by hand and then just be sitting there like, dude, like trying to figure out what I did. So I have to put the comments there to help contextually remind me of what the F I was thinking about when I wrote that. So that's the real reason. There's the real reason, the more romantic reason. They're both true. Just one's a little more romantic than the other. But, so what is the next part? So I did inspiration context, and then we're going to put it all together because, you know, for us to actually make a prompt out of all this random stuff, what I call entropy, we actually have to put them together. So we have the creative director here. The user prompt does the standard stuff like basic instructions, subject details, environment, action, clothing, lighting. You know, sometimes the Stable Diffusion will like to have a few key points of like setting up the environment and setting up some key things. I could probably even use better ones here, but this I did reference with Gemini. I said, Gemini, I'm making prompts. I need you to tell me what's going to make the most badass prompts. All right, what are the subjects that I should, what are the bullet points I should focus on? And then of course Gemini's like, oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, Psynaps, you're the best. You look so good. Here's a couple of ideas for your prompts. And so it gave me a couple. So I put those kind of as the foundation of the template. And to jog the memory, USC, I guess I could have said it simpler. I could have just said jog the old memory, because I need that a lot. Like I forget what I'm doing here. Especially, look, these codes can be long too. I have codes that go hundreds of lines, sometimes even thousands of lines of code in a single thing. Maybe I could separate them or whatever, but I'll have all this code, and so you have to have a way to remember how it works, or else you're just starting from scratch every time again. So we don't. Synapse does not start from scratch. We build. Everything we do is a building block to the next step. We never go backwards. We only go forwards. We only go up. We build, and we don't take 2 steps back. We take 2 steps forward, never backwards. So that's why I like to do it carefully, so that we don't have to go backwards. But anyway, here's temperature 7.7. That's important. These are all important things for you guys that are building prompts. You got to know, if you're going to build you a little prompt builder like this, you're going to run into every one of these little things here. And then I got the assembler. This one here takes, so the AI is going to take all that information, all this stuff, and it's going to create a JSON output, a JSON. It's going to output this in JSON format. And then this part right here, the assembler, is going to parse the JSON into, the actual prompt. And it's going to build that prompt. I don't know if that's like an extra step. Maybe I don't have to do that. But that also allows me to add more stuff to the prompt. I think this is actually a good step right here, because you might have a template, but then you want to add more stuff to it. You may want to append to it, or you may want to prepend. So that little assembler puts things in order so that you can, add more or less stuff if you want. And then here's the final step, the refiner. This one says, refine the final prompt using the LLM to proofread and check the prompt for coherence. All right, that means one of the things generative AI can have problems with when doing imaging and images and video is conflicting prompts. So you may have some language that somehow, at least to the LLM, might be conflicting in some way. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to give the LLM a chance to see if it recognizes anything that's conflicting and try to fix it. And that's a difficult step, because what'll happen is the LLM will just try to expand it, or it'll try to shrink it down too much, but it'll change it if you're not careful. So I kind of tried a couple of different refining prompts, and this is where I ended up. I didn't really test it too much, just a little bit. Negative things like what not to do. I noticed it was rendering my images. There was a lot of stuff that was broken. It wanted to add noise. It wanted to add for realism. Sometimes adding like splatter and dirt and grime can kind of make images look more real. So it kind of went overboard, and all my clothes were dirty. Like there'd be glass would be broken. I'm like, why is it doing that? It's got too much energy. So I had to kind of, put the brakes on here and say, no, don't put no rust, no visible deterioration. I wanted to focus on no dirt, no blood, no wrinkles. I know that sounds no fun, but it was actually like messing up a lot of pictures. So when we do want to do like zombie pictures or something, then we can take all these lines out, and then it'll go nuts. But that's what that's for. And then that's it. Then it pops out a nice, very detailed prompt and gives some nice images. I'll show you what they look like. Since I described all that whole prompt, then you have to see what kind of pictures it makes. Here's these ones. Going in the right direction. Yeah, so these are some of the ones that it just pops out with that whole prompt shenanigans.
It chooses such.
Sounds funny right there. You could check for like, you know, what fashion you might want to try. Some of these you might think, oh, that looks good. Look, you know, and I didn't realize that I look good in all of these weird clothes.
I didn't know you look good in a
So I found out that, you know, I need to try some of these other clothes. There's me doing some vineyard stuff. That's cool. Old man Psynaps should have a vineyard. Seems like it matches my weird personality. Yeah, right. Danzo says, no wonder you got 4,000 pictures on your drive. Yeah, yeah, because I just ran it through that. You know, you go to sleep, go to sleep and wake up, and then there's a whole bunch of pictures to look at. But there's a lot, and these are only the last ones that rendered. This was like the last iteration of images, and the randomizer just went random. Holy Sheep says wine and OBS servers, right? Right, it makes sense. You know, you have a vineyard and a data center. You know, your data center needs a vineyard, and your vineyard needs a data center, obviously. Sounds kind of cool. Like some alien stuff going on there.
Head.
Yeah, I'm about to beam up, I think, on this one.
Oh no.
Beam up or beam out or something.
I've come to ask you how starving you are, and if I'm just making green chili chicken pizza.
I'm not starving because I ate a good lunch.
Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of bakes of cookies in, and then put the pizza.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure I didn't need to do the pizza.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then.
Yeah, do it. Do some baking.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna just drink beer. I'm gonna drink beer and then tell the stream weird things.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
And it'll all work out.
That's Christmas at our house. It wouldn't be Christmas at our house if that wasn't happening.
The holidays.
It's a holiday.
DAZE.
Yes. I hope the teenager perked up at Target. I tried not to.
Yeah, after a while he started getting into it. Like we were just like I was just gonna leave, honestly. Like I was like I don't know what to do here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what to pick. Like there's like too many people and there was no like gift arrangements. It was just like a regular Target. So I was like, all right, this is gonna be hard. Yeah. But then Neo started like looking at like some of the blankets and the pillows and stuff, and I was like, oh, he's looking at this. Like he's really thinking about, like, he has an idea. Yeah, so I was like, let's let him do this idea. And so he did that, and then we went down the coffee. We couldn't find any of like the novel sausage things, but
coffee will be perfect because we're giving the cookies.
I saw some coffees there. Most of the coffee, like, it was on sale too, but I said, pick one that you think looks, good quality, and then pick one that has a really cool like logo on it.
Oh yeah.
So we picked that, and I think Jonesfin said one of those. Did he show you which ones?
Yeah, he showed me, and I said that's perfect.
He said one of them got so that one is for you. Those two were for you, and then one was for the gun one was for John.
Oh, well, he only showed me.
Oh, he didn't show you the other ones.
No.
Oh, so those are maybe unless you forgot them. Hopefully we didn't lose them. We'll find them.
He might have. But that's good.
But we did IRL on at Target today, and the signal was terrible too, and I still streamed. Like, I don't know what it looks like. I have to go back and look at the VOD. But apparently we were making it through. We were cutting through the and it was fine at first, and then it just got bad. Like, there was 1 million people in there, which probably was contributing to that. But we seemed to cut through all of the bad signal, and then Auto BRB was also there to back us up a little bit. Hey, Brisper's here. I think Brisper would really like this tool that I'm working on here, because
I'm gonna do cookies.
Brisper, do you remember those old memes that you did? The Psynaps memes? Well, it turns out I built an AI meme machine. There's no way I'm giving you guys these Lauras, because I don't know what you would do with them. Probably something super naughty. which would be super interesting, but I don't know. I don't know if it might be too crazy. I like these Jesus ones. Although that guy right there doesn't look totally like me. But the Jesus ones are nice. Look at that fat guy right there in the church outfit. I like that. I like that look right there. It's very, very church chic. I don't know if I'm at the gym or what's going on there, but some of these are kind of will make you kind of wonder. I like that one. That one's normal. It's a normal picture of a guy on the beach. These are fantastic. There's me in the data center with some kind of leather jacket. I like those ones too, because look at the floor. If you're going to do a data center, you may as well like put some cool shit in there. And people do too. Some of the data centers that I use, there's one in Phoenix that actually has it looks super cool. You know, some of these companies where they sell rack space, basically. You know, they'll make the data centers look really cool in there sometimes with some cool racks and cool floors and, you know, glass walls and a bunch of cool stuff. So you could get pretty nutty with your data centers, which is pretty cool. In Finland, Jones Finn, I'm glad you got to check in from Finland. It's always good. Here's one I did for Pixarama. I did a little competition they did in their Discord, and I was doing 3D text. But Jones Finn, I want to show you some of this stuff, but maybe later when it's not so late. I want to give you render you in the old school way that we used to render all of these wallpapers. I'm going to render you one with the new tech. So what I found is that the AI, it still takes just as long to render all of these. You're still just messing with it, trying to get it to render all the elements just right, just like you did before with the 3D programs. But the awesome part about it is it seems to have a much more range. You know, we can edit these to do more crazy stuff. These 3D tattoos are kind of cool. These are like, what if tattoos became 3D? And that was just part of the tattoo. It's like popping out like that. That'd be pretty cool. I think people would do it for sure. I'm interested in how much training data you used and how long it's running. Yeah, Danzo, you like the methodology. I like the methodology. That's what this is all about. It's all about the methods you use. What settings do you use? Yeah, so you saw this, and I saw your comment too about this. Built from the ground up. This is literally built from the ground up. At least this part is. And I'll show you something else too related to the prompting. Look at this thing. I made this earlier. Let me find this. You can also do this kind of prompting in ComfyUI. Let me show you. Is it prompt? What did I name it? I name it, okay. Well, this is not like the main one, but this is a piece of it. So I can show you this piece because here is a little prompt machine that I built. And this is pretty common in Comfy. I see a lot of people doing this. You can download nodes that already do this for you. That will, and they'll use ChatGPT or they'll use third-party stuff too. Or you can keep it in-house and use like your LM Studio or a Llama or something like that. Here I have like a local one that's connected. It's actually connected to this computer that I'm streaming on. And so I can inference on this one. Oh, wait, do I even have it loaded? Oh, shoot, I don't even have it. Let me open it. I don't know why that wasn't loaded. But I better load that because it's going to like freak out trying to connect to it. So it's connected to it. So I'm check this out. Here's a little tip. I think anyone of good Xmas, thank you, Jones Finn. Cheers, man. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. And you got the Orgamores. Good. Yeah. Happy holidays to you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Just if you're worried about like what you should be doing to enjoy the holidays, just watch what I do. Nothing. That's how you enjoy the holidays. You just do what you want. We get some beer. It doesn't have to be beer. It could be coffee or water. You should be a responsible adult and probably just drink more water. Could be something a little more spicy, but I'll give you some tips on that for sure. And I'll give you some tips on the ComfyUI stuff. So this little Ollama generate here will take a system prompt and a user prompt, and it'll generate a prompt. See what I did? I put in a prompt template in here. Master subject, section 1. It's not exactly like the Python one I did. I think the Python one's far more elaborate, and it's got the second refining step. And I think you could probably program a lot of that stuff, if not all of it, but probably most of it at least, in the Comfy node system itself. And Comfy has a Python backend too, so you could make it a custom node. I could take my whole prompt generator and actually just make it a custom node. I didn't even think about that. I should probably do that. But or you can use the nodes that exist. These are the existing nodes, and I can change the temperature and everything and put a prompt in here. So for example, this one's going to generate a prompt that says, a man Psynaps standing near a time machine. Whoa, I never even tried this one. I want to try the time machine. So I can click go here. I'll just click play on this particular one. But it looks like it's already run. So I don't know why it's putting that thing there. Let me see. I'm going to delete this example right here. And let me try running this. Is it running or no? Did I break it? Oh, it says I'm not connected. I need to reconnect maybe. Let me refresh my browser. Maybe I crashed it already or something. I think it was Ollama that was trying to connect and freaked it out. Forced a timeout. So let me check this. And then let me see if it'll run. It might have actually already run. I can always change the seed. Look at the seed. I have the seed set as 1337. Let me try a different seed and see if it'll go. I think it's trying to go, but I think Ollama might be. I'll restart it if I have to. Doctor Who. Christmas is 25th and 26th. So now I'll copy that and then I'll open up. If it finished, I think it finished. It didn't look like it was thinking though. I don't want this bottom part. I'm trying to figure out why that's there, but I guess it's fine. Play. And then let me find a Quinn image. This one here works pretty good. This one says it has the fade technique. So I'll just put this thing here. And then I'll put the LoRa, the Quinn LoRa. It also has like a skin fix. There are other LoRas. They don't even need to be activated. But they sometimes kind of force it to be a little more like a photo and not so plasticky. For whatever reason, by default, we found that I'm just going to bring the steps down so it goes a little faster. And this is Quinn. It might take a minute to load Quinn, but let's just see what it does. It looks like it'll be like a portrait. I don't know what the dimensions are. I should probably look at that. But it looks like it's going to be about 1.5 megapixels-ish. But let me see if it's going, because something is causing it to get stuck. I think it's Ollama. The Ollama connection like fucked up because it wasn't running, and then that left it like confused. I might have to restart the whole thing. It looks like the Ollama node is a little buggy. But sometimes it is in other apps too. I've seen other apps that try to connect to local Ollama API and then just freak out. Something about like the timeouts or something on the back end. I didn't program that, so blame them. Okay, let me restart it because I think it's glitched. I'm going to restart it completely. Oh no, it's actually loading. It's trying. But I'm still going to restart it because something's not right. So we just launch it. Here it's running in Windows. This stuff runs great in Windows. Don't let any Linux elitists tell you that you shouldn't do this in Windows. I'm pretty sure every like major like workflow tutorial that I've seen by these guys that are like pros and they're using this, you know, in production, they're using Windows, so it's fine. Linux might actually like afford you some advantages, but if you already have a Windows pipeline, you can just like slide this right in. Or if you already have a Linux pipeline, all your systems are already all Linux. You've converted, you've done the conversion, and so your GPUs are on Linux. Then you're also in luck because it works good, maybe even better on Linux, but seems to be about the same. But let's see, that's loading, right? So it's up. It's, what is it showing here? What is this little error? Scripts UI component JS. I'm not sure what that is right there. There's a little error I haven't seen, but I do have a million things added to this too. I have like a million nodes. So eventually I'll probably break it, I'm sure. Oh, that's what the problem was. It's the self-signed certificate. I bet that was the problem the whole time. So let's try again. You guys know all about the self-signed certificates, always trolling. So we got that one, and we're looking for this one. No, we don't want to do that. I want to do, see which one, this one. This one. Okay, so that one's open. And I'm going to close that because it's still not loading it all the way, right? Let me refresh. There you go. That looks right. Same prompt. And then let's see if that loads. Okay, so now it's like doing what it's supposed to do. Now the UI is connecting right. But the reason I had to do a self-signed certificate was for the webcam. So there's a webcam node that will let me bring my camera the way you see it right now, the whole camera, into Comfy. But webcams need a encryption or need a certificate in order to use a webcam in Chrome. So that's why I did the self-sign thing. Otherwise, it's not necessary. You don't have to do it. It was just for webcam stuff. The image workflow looks like a giant world tree with all those branches. It is a little bit intimidating, I gotta say, all of these nodes. But once you start to see it, I think once you're sitting on it for a while, kind of letting these run, and look, it lights up. You know, it shows you which one's loading right now. Now this one has to reload because I restarted the app, so it has to reload from disk into memory. So it's taking its time loading that up into memory. And these are like at least 20 gig files a piece, and there's a few here. So one whole workflow might be 50 gigs of models, which is a little insane. That's why people like Z-Image. Z-Image is much smaller, much faster. Quen is slower, but it is definitely doing better with the prompts. So you can track it. See that green around there? And then it'll go to the next one. You can kind of watch it as it flows through the workflow, and then you kind of get to start to know all the little spaghettis. And then, you know, I didn't know what I was doing with all of these spaghettis at first. So it took me a while, and then after a while, I'm like, hey, I want to add this group, which is the upscaler, to my workflow, or I want to add a refiner, and then I just started adding them. Before you knew it, I had one of those big, messy workflows, like these guys on Civet AI, you know, they'll share their workflows, and it's like this giant thing of like chaos, and I'm like, what am I going to do with this? I'm going to have to reverse engineer this whole effing thing. May as well just build it yourself. But I think the idea is kind of understanding the flow. Then once you understand it, you can pick pieces out and build your own. You know, somebody else might have used a certain node for something, and you'd be like, oh, let me try that node, and then you bring it in. And the modularity of the nodes is what lets you, you know, create stuff. So this is what I'm working on here, the Psynaps logo maker. That's why I did the logo, Laura. I'm going to do that for the logos. And probably any Laura could just, be put in there. Right now I'm using the Quinn image Laura Psynaps. What were we doing again? It took me so long to do this, I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, we were prompting. We were talking about the prompts. I do need to practice my prompts. So I made the prompt of me standing near a time machine, and I really just want to know what it thinks a time machine is and what I look like standing next to it. That's all I want to do. So as soon as it loads these models up, it's going to put me next to a time machine, and then we'll see if it nailed it, or we'll see if it's a hit or a miss. And I probably should put the refiner in there too. So while I'm waiting for that to load, let me see if we can add my sophisticated refiner workflow. Here it is right here, my upscaler. Look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go. There's a big copy incoming. It's going to be a copy paste. Ready? Control V. You see it? See that magic trick? Control C, Control V. No, I didn't invent the copy paste. Yes, I've invented a lot of things on Twitch. Mostly everything. But copy paste, I didn't. That one wasn't me. That one was someone much smarter than me. Understood. Copy paste. Genius. Genius. So now that I put this whole thing, this is my refiner and upscaler. Wait. Uh-oh. I'm looking at it like, am I doing this right? Yes. So here's the saves it. This is the saver right there. So I don't need this one. This one's also the saver. I can delete that. Okay, here's me next to the time machine. But before I look at this time machine, I'm just going to drag this VAE decode over to this pipe right here, like this. It's going to go in there. And then there's one more it's got to go in over here. Watch the image. Because this is the image output. It also goes to this VAE encode. So this is a little trick here. If you just, this is like one image generator over here. And then this is my latent refiner. And the way the latent refiner works is you take your VAE decode from your original and you put it into the VAE encode of this new pipe right here, like I just did. Now we can refine the image, and I'll show how the refining goes. I might have to generate another one though, because it looks like that was set to random. That was 8 steps. I'm going to bring the steps down to 4. And then let me save this. I'm going to save this as version 27 with, this is going to be fade refiner. So I know what it is. So you see how I do that madness? So let me try it one more time. And this time it's going to go into the refiner and it's going to make it even more refined. Oh, I forgot a piece. You see that? It showed me right here. It says I forgot to plug in those. So that's kind of cool. It alerts me. At least it tells me what I missed. So the VAE needs to go in down there. I see that I missed those. VAE goes into there. I don't know why I missed all those. And then the positive prompt goes right there. The green one is positive. My negative one is red. It's right here. I have to expand it so I can drag this to the negative. So they all have their place they go, and it tells you too what's missing, so you can go find it. So there's positive prompt, positive, negative is in there. The model is here. I'm going to grab the model from here because the model goes, the original model starts here. It goes into the LoRa loader. Those are the LoRas that look like my face. And also the lightning 4 steps or 8 steps to make it go faster. We'll make it go faster. I'm just going to bump that up a little bit so it goes fast. This one here, I don't remember. I was experimenting. It's disabled. That's why it's purple. It's disabled. I don't know why I disabled it, but I might re-enable. So I can bring the model from here and bring it to right there. And so it will pass through there. even though this is disabled, it'll pass from the LoRa all the way through. In case I re-enable it, it'll be enabled for this latent thing as well. And then those are already all plugged in right there. Nothing more there that needs to be done. That should be it. I'm just going to save this and run it. Okay, so I run it. There's nothing missing. Now it's actually running, so it's going to do 4 steps. Okay, let me read the chat. After I showed all of that, that was long, but I got it. I got it all out. So you saw, kind of explained it a little bit too. So it says, does your refiner also upscale the higher res? It does. It does. It's doing a 1.5 scale right now. So if I took a 720p dimension, 1280 by 720, and I upscale that by 1.5, like this, that'll turn it into a 1080. So it'll go from 720 to 1080 with a 1.5 scale. If I scale it by 2, it'll go to 1440p. And it can go up to 2, but any higher than 2 and then it shits out. That's when you need to start using the upscaler. So these models are still limited in what they can do and how far they can upscale. Now there might be like the pros will know about like tiling. Maybe there's like a latent tiling way, but now you're using a different upscaler. Now you're going to use like a model that's made for upscaling, and I don't think that's the latent method anymore. Or maybe it might be. So I still may have a little bit to learn, but at least with just the model itself, everything we have without another upscaler, I can refine it and enhance it. And the enhancer does work. It does give it a lot more details. In fact, it gives it too much details sometimes. And then you control the denoise. So you move the denoise up and down as needed. But I don't like this one. It's just like not that cool. When I thought of Time Machine, I was thinking something really cool. This is basically just like a dude in a funny suit standing next to this old refrigerator. It looks like the flux capacitor. It looks like a giant flux capacitor or something. So it's trying, but you know what it is? It's the prompt. It's going to need another prompt. So now like it goes through that. I mean, say it was a good one and you liked it. It upscaled it to 1536 by 2304. That's a lot of pixels. That's actually not bad. You can see, it kept the hands okay. The hands are okay. It did kind of change it a little bit because the noise was 27. But look at the back, how it adds a lot more details to the smoke, and it's more pixels and more details. Look at the beard, brought the beard out. Beard kind of came back. That's me. I think those are my ears. It's my likeness, even though it might not be kind of perfect with the body and whatever. It's definitely trying there. Did it clean the windows or it made the windows messy? So back here, there's like a little bit of grime on the windows, and then it like amplified that for whatever reason. You never know what it's going to do. That's why you got to work your seeds. Work your prompt as best you can so that you don't get this unknown shit. You can tell it how you want the glass to be and it might actually do it. But see, it's still upscaling using the seed VR. So this one is actually kind of slow. It takes a while, but it's going to upload it. It's going to upscale it to 4K. And this upscale is going to be very nice. Yeah, USC says ComfyUI coding and software are the first technology humans ever built. Fire. Well, they're descendants of Fire. So ComfyUI's next update should be called ComfyUI Fire. The ComfyUI guys are probably like that. Have you seen those guys? They live stream. There's some chill dudes, man. You should see the ComfyUI guys that do the live streams, and I don't know if they're like the maintainers or the founders or what, but there's the ComfyUI guys do a little live stream and they're pretty chill dudes. But the upscaler, I think it kind of fixed the beard a little bit. And it's not perfect. It's not 100% real, but it's also not terrible. You guys have seen upscalers do bad things, just completely destroy the pictures. And this is not completely destroyed. It's actually quite impressive. So, even the stitching, look what the upscaler did to the stitching. Isn't that nutty? Like the stitching actually looks real. So what the fuck? That's awesome. Wow. How did it do that? I don't know. But it did it. It's not bad, huh? Seed VR 2. Everybody's talking about that Seed VR. That's what they're recommending for upscaler. So I'll save that. But let me do a different seed because I don't like the this time machine guy. Oh, let's do a different prompt actually. So we can even hook the prompter up to this if we wanted to. You know, and maybe we should hook the prompter up to it. So if I wanted to hook the prompter up to it, again, copy paste, best thing since sliced bread. That could, this text output. This is just like a preview. So I could just drag this over to right there, but I think the proper one to drag over is this. This is the actual result right here. And I could put that in the positive prompt. So whatever this thing generates is going to automatically go into the positive prompt. And then this will be like the preview of it. So, a man Psynaps standing near a time machine in, like, let's set like a time period or something in, standing near a time machine in 1945. So who knows what it'll do? It might make me German. It might make me French. It might make me American. It could do anything. In 1945, there's plenty of busy people doing busy things with their time machines. So now I click go, and I think it's going to start with making a new prompt. So it's calling Quen3VL 8B instruct. That's just a really kind of, it's a small, won't take up too much VRAM. Anybody could probably run that 8B model. It's a very good model, brand new Quen3 visual model. It'll also read your pictures. And it did this, even though it's still giving me this weird thing. It's not the cleanest prompt. I don't know what I messed up here somewhere, but, oh, I think I see the problem here. There's something I could change in this original prompt. But a prompt's a prompt, so it's going to feed through here. And then let's see what it makes. Oh, it's already getting to work. Oh, it already did it. What did it do? The biggest event in 1945 was the end of World War II. That's right. That's right. You can't forget 1945. That's when all the things happened. Oh, look at this guy. Do you buy 1945? I don't know. What is this? There's no neon. What the F is that? Oh, it's a time machine. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I got confused for a second. I forgot what we were doing. We're doing time machines. So that explains all that weird stuff. But 1945 Psynaps is it's pretty good looking. Dang. What is that taxi sign back there? Is that like taxi headquarters? Cinema. There's cinema. I don't know, Quen. I blame my prompt generator, my Olama thing is being stupid. Ooh, look at the upscale. Let's check that. Oh, look, the upscaler gave him rain on his jacket. I think that's what it did. It gave him rain. And it does look more like me. Look, the refiner helped the face. It fixed the face a little bit and made him uglier, which looks more like me. Oh, but I lost my 1945 hair. Oh, too bad. Too bad. We can work on that. But it definitely was heavy on the likeness, though, so that's good. That's a good thing. Good pros and cons there. And the beard also looks a little more Psynaps beardy. And let's look at what it did to this thing. Yeah, now it kind of, you can see the rain and the dirt more refined. So the refiner did its job. I don't like what it did with the bricks there, though. It made the bricks more cartoon, like comic book bricks. So you get some hits and some misses, it looks like. Oh yeah, the bricks. It did kind of, I don't know if that helped the bricks or hurt the bricks. I kind of like these other, I like the older bricks better, I think. It didn't help with this cinema thing, but it did add It added like a ladder to this apartments, which is more accurate. So that's a detail that kind of shows it. But UFC, you known me since 2014. ControlNet got you interested 2 years ago. Quinn has a ControlNet for pose and all that stuff, if that's what you're talking about. And it seems to work really good too. You can do in-painting and all the pose stuff. So if you had a pose, if you want to meet, let's say we found a good seed for this time machine. I could bring in the ControlNet now and, change my face. Like maybe I want to change me to look at the camera. So you can use Quinn Edit to do that. I can just take it in Quinn Edit and prompt it and say, just use the prompts to make me a different posture or to look a different way or whatever. Or I can use that ControlNet and feed in the exact pose or the exact depth or whatever, or even get really creative and do the what is it called with the line outlines, the canny. Canny blows my mind. Like I don't even know what to do with Canny, but Canny will create some crazy stuff. I was playing with the Canny one time and I made this crazy abstract art. And then by now it should have already refined it. It should have already upscaled it. So let's see what the upscale looks like just for comparing. Look at that. Look at that detail on the beard. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect like a photo, but that sure as hell is better than what Google or some of these other platforms are going to put out. That's some pretty mad stuff right there. And look at the clock. It almost has the letters and everything there. Almost. There's 12, 1, squiggly, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something, 10, 11, 12. It's pretty damn close. You could probably in-paint that to fix it if needed. How's my bulge look? Oh, I don't think you're supposed to zoom in on that on the live stream, so we'll just look at my bulge from zoomed out. What is this down here? What the heck's that little thing? What are these 1945 time machine plugs? Those are interesting. Cool. Look at the patterning on the floor. That's pretty legit. Shoes. That's blowing my mind. Look at that. DJ Stingray. Stingray. We noticed that too. Cinema. Yeah. I bet a different seed will get these little details right. Sometimes I've seen, Quinn's supposed to be really good with letters, and it is. But it will still, completely mess up the letters. You can even tell it too in bold. You could be like, spell it like cinema with bold letters, and there'll be a seed that still messes it up. So it's definitely close. And so that's pretty scary. It's really cool and scary in a way because it's landing so close, and the speed at which it's getting better is the scary part. So we see how close it is. It's still kind of hit or miss for these little things. Sometimes it's all hits, sometimes it's all misses. But it's getting better so fast that that the next version of these is going to be even better than that, and then even better than that. So when's it going to slow down? Because it doesn't seem like it's slowing down anytime soon. It's just getting better and better. You know what I think is going to happen is the biggest problem I see with a lot of this is the starting prompts and the starting images are still pretty low resolution. We're still training at pretty low resolution. And I guess some of the models can do higher. If you have more VRAM and stuff, you can go bigger and just push more pixels into it. But I think that the next generation of these models is just going to be supporting higher resolutions. Could you imagine if in just a couple of seconds it took me to generate this 1024 by 1536 image? If I could have generated a 4K or 8K image in that time with, the native realism of some of these more processed, upscaled versions, if it really did all the pixels just in one shot and got them perfect at 8K or 4K resolution, and then we upscaled from there, and then we inpainted from there. Could you imagine? That's, I think, where we're going to be. I think if we could have all those pixels, we could still tolerate some of this other bullshit, because it's not that hard to fix if we really wanted to, like the misspellings or, you know, little weird inconsistencies here and there. So it's either going to get like realer or it's going to get higher resolution, and it's probably going to be both at the speed that we're moving here. The other thing that could happen is we just slow down. Like AI just moves so fast, we get to like a saturation point. Nobody's predicting that. Nobody said we're going to hit a saturation point, but maybe we do in this development. Maybe we don't have any more VRAM. Maybe we find a point where the development of the advancements slow down, and now we're just advancing our workflows, or we're advancing our prompt generations. Completely speculating there. I'm just kind of going off on what I see was the problem and what'll likely be the fix to that. So how can I fix my prompt? There was this weird little thing that seemed to be pretty good. So another thing I programmed the other day was, let me see if I still have it here. The way it slows down is when it can plug into your mind and create your dreams. There you go, USC. Yeah. Dreams should be easy too. Those should be easy to create, I think. I think that'll be easy for the AI. It'll give us some fucked up dreams though, dude. You know there'll be some weird shit, because dreams are weird as it is. If you plug the AI into that, you're gonna get some nutty shit going on with that, man. See, that's my training. Hey, sorry about that, Beto. Betoba. It's night. I don't know why Nightbot. There's another command that's working, but the Nightbot one isn't working. I don't know. I guess I gotta fix that. But oh, here it is. The captioning. So I made a captioner for training, and it's based off of. Here's my notes again. Check this out. I think it was Danzo that was mentioning my notes. So this one is a Olama batch captioner with a Joy caption style. So what I did was I built a captioner, and then I told Gemini, I was like, hey Gemini, could you go and check out Joy caption and see if like I'm missing any ideas? And then Gemini's like, well, Joy captioner is like way better than yours. So you should probably add a couple of things. So I kind of just merged them into, but I gave a shout out here. You know, there's no funny business here. We added some of Joy captions styles, and those styles were kind of the way the captioner mapped its prompts. And that's really what I was looking for. I was looking for what are the prompts that people are using now for captioning for training. And then I added a lot of my own stuff too. But basically this makes an app that makes it really easy to just caption an entire folder of files. But what I was looking for was this one prompt that seemed to work, but I don't understand why. StableDiffusion prompt. So my prompters work really good, but I was thinking I could probably make this work better if I added this. And it says, output a StableDiffusion prompt that is indistinguishable from a real StableDiffusion prompt. Is that just like strengthening the word StableDiffusion? Like, what does that even mean? Output a StableDiffusion prompt that is indistinguishable from a real StableDiffusion prompt. Like, what? The redundancy of that seems to work. So that's prompting for you. It's like, prompting is just like, it's what it is. So I'm going to paste that in here. Wait, did I copy it? Let me make sure I copied that. And then, okay, there it goes. And let's see if that helps it at all. I might need to redo this whole thing. This is not my Python prompt system. This is just like a more of a quicker version of that that's a little too distilled. So I'm going to run it. Here it goes. Can you just click on me and tell me how long I've been following? Oh, does that work? Does it say? Followed since May 27, 2018. May 27, 2018. I can't show it on screen. It doesn't let me show it on screen, but it says May 27, 2018. That's hardcore. Sorry about my kids are going crazy right now. I'm just doing what I want, so I'm just gonna let them do whatever they want right now until they get too crazy. Then I'll be like, you guys need to settle down. All right, we have a new time machine from 1945. There it is. Again, it gives me what it thinks is a 1945 hairstyle. How's the clock? Hey, look at this. I don't know if anybody reads in the Roman numerals, but it looks like it might be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that right for the Roman numerals? Kind of. It's a little smudgy, but I think it might have did it. Okay, now it's going to the refiner at 0.27 noise. Wait, did it take away my haircut again? No, it kept the haircut this time. All right. Yeah, I think the refiner, because see, here's the thing about the refiner. Wait, let me check the clock. Oh, look, it did. I don't know what it did with 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It might have got a little excited on the 4 there, but oh, I guess it did kind of mess those other ones up. But what it's supposed to do with the latent refiner, I think is supposed to do, as far as I know, I'm not an expert at this. I'm just trying to understand based on what I see here. But it takes the prompt. So it should be refining based on the prompt and kind of, juicing up your existing prompt the way it already is. That's why it, keeps its consistency while changing a lot of the details and overhauling the details so significantly. So it knows your prompt, and it also uses the model. It takes the LoRa pipeline too. So we could make a new LoRa pipeline for the refiner. And I think I've done that before, where I just bring down the noise, bring down the strength of the LoRa's. And then that also can help with keeping the details a little more consistent. Because here, for example, it's like, here there's in the first version, there's 3 windows at the top, but in the refined version, it added another window. So that's a pretty significant change in a way. It's more, I don't know, more of an enhancement than a refinement. It's like adding quite a bit of stuff. So if you don't want to add too much stuff, you can bring down the denoise to a lower value. But the problem I found with that was if you bring it down too low, it gets smudgy. It starts getting blurry, and it doesn't do that. So also another thing I noticed is the character is looking more at the camera here. And then in this version, the character is like looking away all dramatically. So I would like the character to look at the camera. I think they look faker when the character is just like staring off into space, like they're dead. Their eyes are kind of dead a little bit. I like when they're actually making contact with the camera. It makes it a little more like relatable, I feel. But I guess other stuff's kind of cool. Kind of fix the buttons. It fixes some stuff, breaks other stuff. It's hard to get it just right. How about the buttons? What kind of buttons we got over here? Yeah. And then finally the 4K one. Definitely you know what I noticed about the 4K upscale too? With the Seed, it's called Seed VR. I noticed that if there's any imperfections in the image itself, like a patterning, like sometimes Quen has this like a halftone looking kind of square looking patterns, it'll fix that. So it'll fix kind of weird little patterns as well. But these images don't have those patterns because I am using the scheduler. So if I use Res 2S, this is the refiner. This Res 2S will fix all of that weird Quen stuff. I don't know why linear quadratic works better on this upscale, but it does. So I got to be careful with that one. I can't just use any one of those. And then this one here for the initial generation, Res 2S and Bong Tangent seem to work the best. Why? That's math that I do not understand. I'm starting to understand that with the scheduler, and I have all these, you can download a scheduler pack. Everybody wants you to download this because they're using these schedulers. But, you know, this is kind of how it's rendered. It's rendered in, you know, how many passes it gets rendered. And so there's some technique to all of these that I don't fully understand. And then those are the samplers, and then there's the schedulers, and there's a few of those. So that's some AI 101 that I should probably understand so that I could explain it to you guys. The good news is you don't have to understand any of the math. You can literally just click on these things and generate pictures. And I think that's kind of where we're at. And then we're just digging in little by little from there. You know, I'm seeing what works and what techniques people are using. And then we got to dig in to try to understand these techniques so that we can manipulate them further. Because we might find out, hey, Res 2S is similar to DPM plus SDE, but that one is faster and we should use that one instead. There might be little reasons and stuff as I understand them better. But let's make another one because I think those are cool. I mean, I want to get to I need to put something in the prompt that makes this time machine crazy. How do I tell it? The time machine is crazy. It has all kinds of crazy time machine stuff, including lights and weird stuff. And it looks like it came from space. Now remember, this is going to go, that's not the final prompt. It's going to go through the prompt builder. So hopefully the prompt builder brings some coherence to my insanity. Danza says you're already explaining it in great detail. I think it's actually it's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff here. But that's what makes it interesting. Like you say, it makes you want to jump in. And so that's the right attitude. And that's also how I feel too. When I see all this stuff, I'm like, I want to jump in. When it's so simple, you know, if it's just a UI and all the math and all the buttons and all the settings are behind the scenes and it just works, that's fine. That's fine for production, but that's not as fun. It's not, I don't want it to do everything for me. I want to go in there and break it. Now, and maybe, just maybe we discover something crazy. Now, this is reminding me a little more of the 1945 style. Okay, I don't know what kind of time machine we built there. That looks more like a something you'd find in the arcade. But that's kind of cool where it's like some burnt ashes stuff on the bottom there. Looks like it's, you know, it looks like it's the time machine has generated so much energy it's fused the surrounding concrete into sand or obsidian or something. I like that. That's cool. And I like this guy. This guy looks more like your 1945 you know, Western US guy. That's well, there's the American flag right there, so obviously we're US here. But maybe this is what is the where they made the atomic bomb, what's the you know, those the place in Los Alamos, the Trinity site. Doesn't it look like those guys, those old photos of the old 1940s scientists running around in their hats and coats doing science? I like that. Let's check what the refiner did. Oh, the refiner did some weird stuff down here. Look at these glyphs on the time machine. It's definitely alien. But I don't like this. It looks like Skittles down here. I liked it before. Before it looked like coal. Now it looks more like... So the refiner did do something weird there. I think the fix might be to give it more noise, not less, possibly. We'll try. But the color also changes here. It changes to more kind of a different color. Maybe it's trying to get back to 1945 colors or something. How'd the American flag do? Still looks like a flag. Scaffolding might have some more details on it. Time machine looks more alien. Still looks like a speaker though. It's like Dance Dance Revolution machine or something. Alright, so that's a fixed seed. All I gotta do is change this seed right here. And it should... Oh wait, no, I don't even have to change that seed. I just have to change the denoise. I'm gonna change the denoise to like 32. Hey, Lana Lek is here! Oppenheimer, yeah, this looks like the Oppenheimer movie. Yeah, Lana Lek, we're doing some ComfyUI creations. So I'm actually building some of these workflows and they're getting kind of crazy. We just built a little prompt maker out of local Olama, so we can use our local Qwen 3 vision models to make us some prompts. And then I just write some crazy stuff in here and then it writes a crazy prompt. I don't know what the F is it? I need to check my prompt maker there. That we did that one on the fly there, but it is making a prompt. That's for sure. And then we're doing some LoRa's. I got the Power LoRa Loader. So you have to download that node. That's the RG3 node. A lot of people have that. I was hesitant about a lot of these nodes. I was like, this is too many nodes. This is going to cause a mess of nodes and everything is going to break and the nodes are probably going to conflict. It's all Python because you know what happens when you install too many Python libraries, things get weird. But I haven't had that. That hasn't been the case. They've been okay. And they do tell you if there's a potential conflict. And most people are using these. These are pretty mainstream nodes. So I was comfortable moving forward with that particular node. But it lets me toggle on and off these LoRa's. And I'm making more and more LoRa's. I made some more last night. And so the LoRa's give you that face that looks like the person you're trying to make. And then we got the refiner. Oh, wait. Oh, look. Okay, so it did change it. It still brings the color down. But it did change the time machine. And then I wanted to see down here what it would do. Because it's giving me like some weird Skittles and rocks. And doing some weird stuff down there. So I don't know if that helped it or not. But it's interesting. It's for sure. Kind of cool. I like to do the before and after. This is also a node too. This is the RG3 node that lets you do before and after. So you can plug in image A versus image B and then just go back and forth on it. That's really the only way to see the changes side by side is to do that. You know, because if you just look at the pictures side by side and you look at them, you'll be like, okay, they look different. One looks better. One looks, you know, but you don't really get to see all the differences until you actually get this slider and go back and forth. Then you really see all the little, you know, how it shifted like that. Because I added more noise to it, so it shifted even more. So that's cool. Hey, Wichita. Welcome to the stream. What are you doing? What's new? Are you aware of any storyboard templates for short videos? There was a storyboarding LoRa for Qwen Image Edit. There was a storyboarding, and I haven't tried it yet. So there's a workflow that goes with it too. And then here's the 4K. So the storyboarding one, that's something good. And that one was called, so this goes up to 4K now after this upscale. I don't know if it holds my face all the way up to 4K. Maybe it does. I mean, obviously it does, but maybe it's not perfect, but it's pretty intense, man. If we can get this refined image looking really good, this upscale will just be perfecto. And then Lana says, one does not want Skittles on the floor. They should be in my mouth. You hungry? Because I'm hungry. We shouldn't talk about food or snacks, because then I'll get hungry. I need to pop open a beer pretty soon. We'll go get one in a second. But yeah, I don't know what happened here down the bottom. It's kind of bugs me, so I'd want to fix it. But also, maybe that's just what time machines do. They make little pebbles. They make those things. So I don't know. Who am I to say what happens? But this is the original picture. I like this one better because it looks like a bunch of coal just kind of used up there. But we can try a completely different seed too. I want to put this denoise back to like 29. And then let's just do a whole new seed. And then let me check my prompter here, because something's weird about my prompts. And here's where I built it from. So I just made a whole new workflow, and I tried a couple of different prompting things. It'll even take an image as an input. Here's a weird one of me standing in some weird room. But look how good it does this one. You know, the system prompt is your helpful assistant, and it says output a stable diffusion prompt that is indistinguishable from a real stable diffusion prompt. That was from a captioning project on GitHub, had that prompt in it, and I was like, really? Does that really work? Okay, let's try it. And then so we try it, and it goes to Quinn 3, and it does that. Oh, why am I beeping? Oh, it's just Miss Psynaps is texting me. And then sure enough, look, it puts out a really nice prompt for that. A man with a long beard and dark hair stands in an opulent, ornate observatory. The room features a grand domed ceiling with a star map and celestial spheres hanging from it. Well, I'll be damned. Look at that. I'll tell you what, man, that Quinn vision model is pretty good. So that's why I put it in my prompt generator. If it's so good at reading images and turning them into prompts, it most certainly can create a prompt since it knows the object so well, right? Yeah. Danzo. Oh, Danzo just subscribed. Love the text of see you later. But wait, I was just like reading that. I didn't see that you subscribed. Let me at least, let's do a celebration for Danzo for that sub. This is what I went to the store to get the other day, a blended Scotch whiskey. So in the spirit of the holidays, let us go back to our traditional celebration and have a toast. Usually there would be, the ceremonies, and we'd have to pull out the swords, and we'll have to figure all that out. I wasn't prepared to do all that because I didn't think anyone was going to subscribe, but let's have a toast. Cheers. The Gold Queen is here too and wants to have a cheers. Lana with the cheers. Have a good stream. You made the stream a lot better today, so thanks. You helped me out with the IRL and everything, so thank you for that and for the sub. It's outstanding. Yeah. Enjoy the time with fam. Christmas holidays. Yeah, happy holidays. If I don't see you again, but I might stream again before the Christmas, but if not, and then remember too, check in on Discord, because I'm going to be posting some of these doodles that I'm doing in there. Some of them will be good, some maybe not so good, but we also got to do one with your name too, because one of my plans was to hook this thing up into the subscriber pipeline. And so just like in the past where, there would be kind of like these pre-made wallpapers for subscribers, this time it's going to be more dynamic, and so those wallpapers will be like rendering while we're just chatting and stuff. So I got to figure out that, because those subscriber wallpapers are going to probably eat up all my VRAM, which is going to be fun and funny and embarrassing, because I'll probably be working on something. And then the subscriber workflow will just kick in, and then just like everything will blow up probably. So that'll be pretty fun. So what are you guys drinking over there? Anything spicy or just keeping hydrated? drinking water. I was trying to fix my prompt, find out what's wrong with it. I don't think anything's wrong with it. It's just being redundant. You're releasing the Kraken? Oh. Well, let her go. Release the Kraken. Yeah, GG. Awesome. But yeah, you guys have a good night. I know it's late. So usually around this time, I think when in the evening for me, like people will be kind of like going to sleep and whatever, and then really late or early in the morning, then it'll pick back up again because everybody on the other side of the world is doing different stuff. But Kraken spiced rum is delicious. I haven't had a good rum in a long time. I went through a phase where I liked rum, and I think I drank too much rum. Like when you're young and you have a run-in with tequila or something. I think I had a run-in with some rum, and then I didn't drink it for a long time, so I need to come back to it because my tastes always change. Like I started to like gin. I didn't like gin before. The flavor was like too much for me or something. I thought it was like, you know, too much of a weird flavor. But then I started to like a dry gin. So who knows? Now I'm having gin martini. And I never used to like those before. I used to like my martinis 007 style. And then now I like the more traditional stirred gin style. That's really cool. That taste buds kind of change and you can enjoy new things. It's kind of nice. Atmosphere, lighting, clothing, action pose, environment. Oh, I see. So it's giving an example. That's the problem. Okay, so if I delete that and just give the, and this is a lousy prompt too, but I think one of my models just made that example. I told it, give me a template to follow, and it spit that out. And it was working on for some things, but it definitely does not represent the cool prompts that I was using with Python when Python was generating all my prompts. So what I might be able to do is hook this up to my other system, or, well, I just have to adapt them one way or the other. Will probably work, but let's see if this one came out better. So yeah, it's still giving this weird little bottom extra thing. So I have to somehow figure out how to tell it. Trying to figure out why it was doing that. Inspiration context. What is that? Where is that? Oh, additional instructions. Oh, there it is right there. Inspiration context. Okay. Delete. I don't know why it's doing all that. Okay, let me try that. See what it does. And also the 8B models are pretty fast too. So, in the end prompt, 8B model, you jerk. Start working already. 27, 28, fade. See, that one goes like that. Bam, bam, bam. That one is like that. 26, 27. Okay, I'm just checking my versions. I'm going to close that. Try to clean it up a little bit. And let's run this one. AI is a jerk. I didn't see that one coming at all. Gold Queen's been working all day. Meetings. Oh. You know when if funny is I don't allow meetings. When I'm in charge, when I'm the boss, I don't allow my workers to have meetings. And then you went shopping. How was shopping? Was it crazy? I went shopping. I did IRL today, and I went to Target. It was like a zoo over there. Then you cooked dinner, watched TV, so I've had at least 3 days today. All right, well, maybe you can have a 4th day of just winding down for the rest of the day. That'll be a good finisher. Now it's time for holidays. Good. good. Where are we at here on the... We generated a prompt. It did the stupid end prompt thing again, so I got to fix that. But it is a simple short prompt. And then now it's loading the model. Looks like it's reloading the model. Did I unload the model? I must have did something that unloaded the model, because it's reloading it, which takes a little while. But I like this one node called multi-GPU, because it lets you, if you have more than one GPU, I have two completely different GPUs in that computer back there. So the bigger GPU is the CUDA 0, and then the smaller GPU is the CUDA 1. So I can load these small models on it. And then things go much faster if you have a lot of VRAM, it goes faster because everything stays loaded in VRAM. So you're just kind of, it's kind of jumping around. Everything's in VRAM, so it happens very fast. Otherwise, it'll have to swap. You have memory swapping between your CPU memory and the VRAM. And the swaps are slow. They're not slow. They're actually very, very fast, but they slow down the whole workflow by, double or triple or whatever. But Lonlex says, thank you for that wonderful HR meeting. I really need to know the company's making more profit in a quarter than I'll make in my lifetime. Next time, maybe consider an email instead of a 60-minute meeting about corporate dribble. Yeah, good luck with that, Lonlex. That's why I, because meetings, people are out of hand with meetings. Like, I get work. Work is hard. It's like, we're just trying to, and then, you're making whatever money you're making, there's only so much to go around in every scenario. So then somebody will have the bright idea to have a meeting, and they'll think that they're getting things done. They'll think, oh, well, we should have a meeting once a week, for example. And I'll be thinking to myself, mother effer, that's your idea. That's going to be what takes the company to the next level. Having another weekly meeting where we just sit there, and then before the meeting, you have to stop what you're doing, because then you got to get ready for the meeting. And then maybe you have to prepare something for the meeting. And then now all the work you're doing is for the meeting. When I'm trying to calm down, let me calm down, Psynaps. When a better idea would have just been, how about we not have a meeting, and then we get even more stuff done? And it's not for something dumb. It's for actually something we're actually working on, or something for the company or whatever. So anyway, meetings can be good. They're good for communication. They're good for collaboration. They're good for everybody being on the same page. There are benefits to meeting, especially when you're on a project and everybody needs to talk. It's a time where everybody can share ideas and stuff. So yes, meetings, regular meetings, do have a functional purpose and should have a practical purpose for productivity. But that's not usually how it goes. Usually all the work you're doing is for the meeting itself and not for the work you're doing, if that makes sense. And so that's when the meetings become bad. And so I usually tell people no. Because so say you're in a business conference, business meeting, and you're talking about next steps, and you're ready to make a bunch of money, and you're like, and then one guy will be like, you know what we should do? We should have a weekly meeting. And then it's like, and that's when I step up and I say no. I come out of the shadows, and I'm like, no weekly meetings. Maybe monthly, I'll say. And if you do that, if you at least do monthly, people will just forget about it. When you do a weekly, people actually try to stick with the weeklies. Bad idea. Don't do it. No more weekly meetings. Next time someone says weekly meeting, tell them. Stop them right there in their tracks and say, don't even think about trying to do a weekly meeting. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. Don't do it. My job, basically hosting meetings, because I do one-to-one teaching all day. At least they are master's students. Well, I mean, that's not a meeting, though. That sounds more like, teaching, not a meeting. Like this, what we're doing is not a meeting, although we are meeting. But so the meetings are okay. You just have to watch out. Watch out for those guys that just think that a meeting is is like what we need. It's usually not. It's not. Personal meetings, one-on-ones like that sounds functional. That sounds like you're actually doing something, but everybody meeting at the same time on a Wednesday or whatever the meeting time is, bad idea. Don't do that. Don't let them do that to you. To be honest, I got our company to allow time for a geek guild to meet once a month where we can completely nerd out and not talk about work. It's glorious. Now that's a meeting. All of that sounds reasonable to me. Once a month, that's good. It's those weeklies that are just killer. It's killer. Even monthly can be tough, but that sounds like blowing off steam. That sounds like something positive. You got to have some morale. Everybody's got to have. Hey, Lonalek, have you ever tried? Have you ever gotten into the Meshtastic stuff? Some people in the chat said that they'd actually been looking at it and trying it. But I was wondering if you ever got into it. Because it's hit worldwide. It's really popular in the US. Our European friends also are liking it a lot and starting up a lot of radio nodes. But you should check the Meshtastic stuff. And it's not expensive stuff too. Like sometimes we'll talk about when we start talking about AI and GPUs or we were even talking about the trucks. People that got hobbies with the trucks and doing things in the truck. All of that stuff is expensive. It costs a lot of money and it's not readily available for everybody to just pick up and start doing. It's like if you want to go off-roading, how many thousands of dollars do you got to pump into your vehicle? I mean, you can just take your vehicle the way it is. That's true too. A lot of people don't realize that you don't need to do a lot of overlanding, off-roading stuff if you just want to drive in the dirt. But for some of the more like nuanced off-roading, you might have to invest, $10,000, $20,000 into your vehicle to be able to do the crazy stuff. Like that's not just a hobby you pick up and go, right? And so, but the Meshtastic thing is like that. You should try it. Oh, you missed it. Oh, shoot. No, the advertiser. Damn it. Twitch. Oh my God. Twitch's ads are going to kill me. I'm going to start the private stream again. Did you know that I actually went and looked to see which servers I can use to start my private stream again? Because I end up turning off one of the big transcoding servers that I had because nobody was using it. People were using it. When I was using it, there was other people using it, and then we used it for some big events. We'll have to bring it back at some point, but we weren't using it, and I was like, those big servers, nobody wants transcoding. So we turned off one of that, and everybody just likes pretty much direct stream. So I might try setting up a direct private stream so that we can avoid the ads. I will use it. I don't know if anybody else will use it, but I'll probably put it there so it's there. And I remember when I did the private streams before, there was always someone, even if I only had 10, 20 viewers, 30 viewers or so watching, there were always people that would rather watch it on the private stream. Even when Twitch didn't have the bad ads, even when Twitch was actually just streaming mostly smooth, people still opted into watching the private stream. And they enjoyed that one better. So as long as you have chat, that's the only thing missing from I think when I did private stream, we had Twitch chat embedded on the side. So you could do Twitch chat while watching the private stream. I don't think Twitch likes that totally. But Twitch would never bother me about it because I did it for subscribers. It was tied back into Twitch. It was, it was supported by the Twitch subs. So it wasn't like we were pulling revenue away from Twitch. It was more like we were supporting the products that were already there, but we might have also been just watching it on the private side too. So, but anyway, how do we do on our time machine? Oh, I forgot. We made a new time machine. What does it look like? I like this one, although I don't know what all that stuff is. I think it lacks a lot of magic. It lacks some of the magic I was expecting from a quote unquote time machine, but it definitely is doing the task. And what you really got to do is just run this 100 times, run this prompt 10 or 20 times, and then try to find a seed. So the AI, my overall conclusion of this workflow compared to the previous 3D workflows that we've done before with graphics and visual arts of various forms. My conclusion is that we're not saving any time with this AI magic. It's just a different workflow. Now the struggle is like, instead of all the time it would take you to build a scene and put everything into place and arrange everything, whether it's in Photoshop or in 3D, all that time you spend with AI is on seeds. Now you're doing seeds and prompting. So you're still using up all that time. It still takes a long time to get the exact result you're looking for. It's just now it's like seeds and prompts. So it's a little bit wonky, to be honest, but it's getting better because Quinn has what the community is calling prompt adherence. That's what people want. They want the AI image to do and show what you write in the prompt box and make that match a little bit better. Let's see what the 4K upscale looks like. That's cool. It's like even getting a little like linty. I don't know if that's part of the time machine, or do I need to use some more conditioner? The hair is not linty. It's just like the clothes get a little linty. That's part of the noise, which is kind of cool, to be honest. We just need the lint roller on there. Have you seen those little lint removers? It's like, it looks like a shaver, like a men's beard shaver. It's like a little electric thing. You just go bzzz, and it like cuts off all the little linty things. Those things are kind of cool. I don't really use it though, because I'm afraid it's going to eat up my clothes. But those even look like my hands, like that hand at least. How does it know my hand? That hand doesn't look like it. It's got like a weird thing there. Does it know what my hands look like? Like one time it even got the freckles on my arm, looking like close to what the freckles on my arm actually look like. But I didn't train it with any of those freckles. It like took the freckles off my face and figured that I would have also some freckles on my arm, and it guessed pretty close. I thought that was kind of scary. I think that looks cool. Those rivets. A lot of detail there in the 4K. Heck of a lot more than it used to. Some buttons. It says a portrait of master subject, the focus, fixed structure. I see how it does a section 1, section 2. I wonder if it even really needs to have those. Variable and critical. I'm going to take these. I don't know if that language, I'll remake these at some point, unless you guys want to do some prompt engineering. I'll probably put these in the LLM, because anything to do with the prompt engineering, I think you should use. I don't think it's wise to try to make your own prompts. I think that we are speaking the AI's language when we do this kind of prompting. And so we need the AI's language exactly the way the AI would say it. And so I think, and this has been advised by the professional prompters. They say, have the AI make your prompts. Like, if you think about it, it's like, duh. It's like, yes. If the AI, if you copy paste any slop from the AI, should be their prompts, because, that is, it should be, that level of details, so that the image models will understand. The AI needs to talk to the AI, which philosophically, this is interesting. If AI works better when the AI talks to AI, then and we use more AI, at some point in the future, are we even going to talk to each other anymore? I don't think so. I think we are just going to talk to our LLMs, our AI, and then our AI is going to talk to each other. And that's how we're going to communicate. How that happens, like what, that's, we'll have to see how that emerges. But I think that's the end, is we don't think in words anymore. We just think in prompts. And we prompt our language model, which may or may not be integrated directly into your brain. Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you could just wear Google glasses or Meta's. Doesn't Mark Zuckerberg have some glasses? You just put your glasses on or whatever. You prompt it, and then that AI talks to the other AIs, and then that AI is, communicated back to you in some way. That should be the next evolution of our language, I would think. There's no more talking to each other with regular words. That's foolish. That's barbaric. Oh, you saw the nips? I saw that too. Quinn does some really weird things on nips. You do have to get a nip fixer. So there are LoRa's that you can download if you have problems with nips in your images. There are some LoRa's you can download to help you fix your nips. Because sometimes it thinks maybe I'm milking or something. It thinks I'm lactating. Or some nipples will look really weird. I don't know why that is. I think when the AI trains, it gets kind of funny about that stuff. Maybe it's because the filtered models, maybe they don't train on nipples or something, so they don't get it right or something. But that's when you got to go and get the not safe for work ones, and they will fix the nipples like completely, perfect nipples. Here we don't have any of that kind of stuff. There's a skin fix. Oh, let me turn these off. I didn't realize we had those on the whole time. We don't need those to be on the whole time. I can even dial down the Psynaps LoRa too a little bit. I keep that at 1, so it's just like pushing through. It's really influencing the output rather heavily when it's at 1.0. We could probably put it down to like 0.8 and it would still, the problem is that the lower I lower that, the less the LoRa influences the output. So it'll start diverging from my likeness. It'll start looking like some other bearded guy. So sometimes that helps. Sometimes you got to open it up a little bit and let the model, do something else other than, what the LoRa is telling it to do. My dad had Superman comics from 50s and 60s. Ooh, nice. And one of the stories was 2 people using computers to manipulate puppets, robots, and the robots talk to each other like game characters. I would take comfort that we have had game characters a long time now and still talk to each other directly. Right. Okay. Yeah. Maybe my prediction of, talking to each other somewhat indirectly, maybe that's hogwash, but I think it's possible. I really think it's possible just because after diving into AI so much and thinking about prompts and using the language models and trying to, systematically try to get them to do things, like I've been doing all kinds of things. I've been seeing, are these LLMs, are they going to write my emails? Are they going to, convert code? Are they going to convert, text markdown into JSON and back? What are their capabilities? Like how far can you push them and stuff? And in order to test that and go down that road, you end up doing prompts because something doesn't work and then you change the prompt and then it works. And so now you're looking at prompts and thinking about how do we talk to the AI? And so now the AI is influencing, and we talked about this before, where like who's training who, the AI is influencing us. The prompting is one of the ways that AI influences us, because now we have to change the way we talk and think in order to communicate with the models that we're using. And to what end? Well, if that continues and, we're thinking in terms of prompts, then how does that's going to affect the way we communicate with each other, right? We don't really talk to each other in prompts, but maybe now we do. What if we start? Now we're starting to talk to each other in prompts. And so if we do that, then can't the AI just, talk for us then? Because the AI is like more advanced with language. So if I prompted, okay, let's say that our AIs talk to each other and we didn't talk to each other directly. I mean, we did. We're interacting with each other now, but we are separated through a language model that we both use. Maybe since I'm bad at language, let's say you're good at language and I'm bad at language. I prompt my AI, which is good at language, and because it's good at language, it knows what I mean, although I'm bad at language. So if I talk to you directly, I'm never going to get across exactly what I mean fully. Like, you'll have to know me, and you know me. We've known each other for a long time. So you know me. So whenever I use my bad language, you know what I mean. And that's part of knowing each other. That's the joy of knowing each other, is that it's like, oh, Psynaps is, I know what he means. He means well. Don't listen to his words. It's fine. You know, because you know me. But not everybody knows me. So others may misunderstand me because I didn't fully get my thoughts out. The LLM won't do that. It will get all the thoughts out instantly. It'll communicate verbosely to the other AI, and the other AI will be able to parse that, you know, that verbosity, and then translate it back to the person you're talking to. So, is this what I described not a superior coded language? You know, it just happens to imagine an LLM might be involved in that, you know, but it should be like a superior form of communication where we can communicate a great deal of information without even communicating that, all of that information. We just prompt a few things. I say like just a few words, and that turns into an essay of ideas that get sent over to your LLM, and then your LLM will explain it to you in your superior language understanding. So it's an equalizer, I think, in some way. But this one came out pretty cool, although it looks exactly the same. Well, not exactly, but wait, that is a new time machine, right? Because it has the lightning spilling out. This is getting better. Just taking more runs. How's my nipples in this one? Now that we were talking about nipples. Nips are okay. Nip check. Nip check passes. Synapse likeness. Kind of. Although I don't know if I can tell anymore. I've been looking at fake Synapse for so long. I don't know. I have my webcam on. Yeah, I guess that's Synapse. Yep. That checks out. 4K upscale. Yeah, and look at this. This, I kind of love and hate. I love that some random particles are just floating up here. That, to me, is more, you know, sci-fi. It's more imaginative. It's kind of a creative interpretation of what this weird time machine thing might do to its surroundings. We need more of that, but not just floating stuff, but more energetic optical indications that there's a you know, very out of this world's device. People are always going to put on some sort of face, but ultimately want to connect human to human. Yes. Yeah. So maybe it's a scary thought to think that humans could potentially connect less if we became too dependent on technology. Maybe it would affect the way we connect. And perhaps we think that could happen because it already does. Because maybe the way we interface with each other now is so dependent on technology. We've already seen the consequences of how technology can kind of alter our ability to connect with each other more, you know, naturally, right? But at the same time, technology has also enhanced our connections. So we're able to connect over long distances using the internet, for example, which has accelerated and enhanced our abilities to connect and meet new people and share ideas and experiences with people from very, very far away in real time. Which I think is a good thing. It's been a great thing for me. Like, I've met so many people. I've met so many amazing people on Twitch and online and on YouTube and doing all the online stuff that I do. I've met the most interesting, the smartest people that I know online. If I would not have had this technology, I would have missed those very rich experiences. Okay, so take the technology out, and if you didn't have it and you were forced to only interact with the people around you, maybe locally, We're talking old school. Let's go back to before the internet was dominating our social interactions. If I know at least some of you are old enough to imagine a time before complete internet dominance. Are those interactions as rich and as personal? I want to say yes and no. I think that sometimes I've had richer, personal relationships with people online than I did with even the people that were my friends, in real life that were close to me. And the other way around too, where, obviously someone that is within your reach, you should potentially have a greater connection to, if you can actually, touch them. So I think yes and no. I think the technology both boosts it and could inhibit it as well. So what would happen if we talked to each other in prompts? Would we be able to achieve the same level of connection? I think it would be the same. I think sometimes, yes, we would miss the talking to each other regularly, but then we would get the enhanced part where now there's a new level of cognitive interaction that was never before possible, enhancing and just pushing forward an even greater connection that was, impossible to achieve otherwise, right? But now we're just speculating on something that doesn't really exist, although it does in a way, maybe in an abstract way. What is this like blue stuff pouring out of the time machine? Perhaps it is the essence of time itself. Is it made of delicious time food candy? Can it be eaten? Or would it teleport your pinky finger to another timeline? Time machine's doing a wee. It's just letting off a little excess time. Some wasted time. What the? The little one is like tipping over chairs and singing really loud. It's like he's like destroying. That was pretty funny, whatever that
I
was.
don't know what the heck he's doing.
What are you doing?
Maybe he doesn't like Christmas jazz. I put on
Oh, you
Christmas
put on
jazz,
jazz?
but he freaked out.
Don't you like jazz? You know what was on the radio when I was driving was 94 Rock was doing all Pearl Jam hits.
Oh.
They were doing all top Pearl
That's
Jam.
like,
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
but yeah, I put on the Christmas jazz, and then all of a sudden he was like, we're almost gonna put the pizzas in.
You can play with that tripod as long as you're careful with it and not tipping it over like you did that chair.
I live in a van. But you can't be loud in here. You live in a van.
Did you say I live in a van?
My mom is a man.
I live in a van and my mom is a man?
Yes, they all three sing that.
What is that one song? What's that song? The Australian song? If your dad doesn't if your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two moms. If your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two mums. There's a pro beard song. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that one. What is that? Oh, it's the beards. If your dad doesn't have a beard, you've got two mums. Yeah, I remember this song. Let's listen to it. Let me get my ears on. I think I glitched out Bluetooth. Here we go. I won't play the whole thing. I'll just play a little bit.
You're fine. I heard this before.
Yeah, this one.
The kids are all in Neo's room playing.
We should play this one to Neo. Because he's been shaving a little bit.
Oh, he would love that. I could kind of...
All those ones are happy because their dads have beards. He's like, oh yeah.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna go get chili. Go to the chili freezer. I knocked down everything. And I got the baby. Sorry, everybody.
2009. The Beards. 16 years old. The dude who plays the dad is a legend, a beardless mum-like legend. I knew your father and he was a wonderful woman, Dave Chappelle. The words of Tommy Tierman, he's an old woman of a man. Comments are pretty funny. I taught my sons to shave with the demo on my leg. Well, it sounds practical to me. Whatever gets the job done. That should do it. I never used the razor. I used to shave a little bit. I mean, I think I had a goatee. I used to shave the sides, but I always kept a little bit on the bottom there. But I never used the razor. I always thought the razor took too much time. I just used the electric razor. It was faster and it didn't. I think it irritates some people's skin, but it never irritated mine. So I just hit it with the little buzzer, you know, bzz, and that was it. Done. Still pretty smooth. Maybe you can't get it quite as smooth without the razor, but the razor was too much work. And then at some point the electric razor also became too much work, and then we just let it grow and just let it do what it wanted to do. And so it did. And it was. Oh, these comments are just dumb. It says, grew up without a dad, never learned to shave, best thing that ever happened to me. Oh no. I'm just reading down these. Who else is still listening in 2024? Looks like a timeless one here. 2020. Here's somebody. 2025 keeps popping up. 2025. This is never gonna die. That's interesting. Look at that. Top comments are 2025 from 16-year-old Australian masterpiece here that only has 3.9 million views. The song is pretty awkward, I'll give you that, but the message is pretty funny, especially when the kid is running by and all those other dads are playing with their sons and doing cool stuff with their sons, and they all have beards, and then the one without a beard is like lost, running in the road, doesn't know what to do, having a hard time accepting he has two mums. It's okay, look, it's 2025. You can have two mums now, it's fine, isn't it? I mean, it's more accepted than ever before, I think, to have two mums. So don't worry, dads who don't have a beard. It's okay, we all accept that your sons have two mums, and it's okay. You know, one of my bosses, shouldn't say my boss, because I didn't really take a liking to having bosses, but one of my mentors was giving me a little hard time about my beard in my postdoc. The guy mentor that I had as a postdoc, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything at all, actually, but it was one of the women professors that was my mentor. She was actually starting to trying to find ways to tell me, to suggest to me that I should shave my beard in science. And I just thought that was kind of I found it to be absurd, because there's plenty of professors with beards. In fact, that's kind of cool. A professor, with a big gray beard, just kind of made sense. It looked very professor-y to me, but not to her. And the other guys, the other male staff in her lab were all, clean shaven. Because I think maybe she made me wonder. I thought it was by their choice, but I think maybe she might have wanted them all to shave, and so she started trying to ask me to do that. And her requests were not considered in that area. Should she have requested, something more like, literary, or I don't know, academic, or experimental, or something that related to the science and to the productivity in the laboratory, her request would have been met with more more understanding. But that one was just basically completely ignored, and I don't think she was happy. I think it actually might have made her very upset with me. So we had a problem with that one. So I think the lesson learned there is never ask your lab staff or postdocs or students to shave. Just don't do that. That's just a terrible thing to do. It's like, especially me, my beard is amazing. Like, that's a dumb thing to do. Harley, he was, Harley, the YouTuber, Epic Mealtime. He has the funny meme about, he did a video tutorial on how a man shaves a beard. He's like, how a man shaves a beard. And then he just looks at the camera and he says, you don't shave. That's how a man shaves. So I thought that was cool. And he was like, big, burly, giant beard guy. Like, he's the kind of guy where he could shave his beard off, and then the next day the whole thing will just grow back. So he's that kind of beard. And they asked him to shave for a role one time. And I was like, tell them no. Tell them you'll never shave. That's how you shave. And he shaved. because he was doing a role. Like he had that level of professionalism where he shaved for the role, and then he grew his beard back. So it kind of showed me that, you can be like very pro beard and pro, just, looking how you look and just celebrating that part of your self, having a beard, having the ability to have one and having the freedom to display it. He showed you can have that, but then you can also, shave it and then just grow it back, for a role, for a professional role. So it got me thinking, maybe, should we, shave for those roles, and is that actually the right thing to do other than just, sticking with it? And I thought, nope, I get to choose whether I shave or not. If you want me for the role, my beard will be coming with me. It'll be part of the role. So there it is for you right there. You get to pick your roles, and nobody, will pick them for you. They can offer them, but the beard's coming with, and if you don't want the beard, then you don't get the rest. Simple as that. Unless you want to, then you can be like hero. You can be like Harley and be a hero and shave and be professional, and that's fine. Totally your choice if you want. Does ComfyUI do computer vision too? Yeah, it does. I believe it does, but I don't know to what degree. I haven't tried the computer vision, but I have seen people using various computer vision, and especially the new segmentation models, like segment me 2 and 3, like the Facebook Meta contribution to open source segmentation libraries. So I don't know if that's the same as that may not be the same as computer vision, because that might be more like the machine learning stuff. But I know at least that one was used for a lot of traditional computer vision workflows, just like identifying objects and sorting objects and counting objects and whatever. So based on this node stuff, I haven't looked at what computer vision is in here, but in a lot of the Python scripts that run these nodes, there is, CV, even the image captioning script that I was working with was using computer vision libraries. See, there's import CV2. I forgot what it was doing though. What CV was it using to do this? I'm not sure, but I think the answer is yes, and yes, although it might not be what you're thinking, or it might be exactly what you're thinking. But it is definitely. And then the node-based nature of Comfy, I think, should be a hint that, and maybe we'll take a look in here since we're talking about it, but oops. So just like to search the 4,000 or so nodes here for the word computer vision, and there'll be more stuff in there. I don't think a search like this is actually going to pull out, is going to give us an idea of what computer nodes are available here. This is just whichever nodes happen to put the term computer vision into their description. But here's one that says ComfyUI computer vision extension nodes for ComfyUI that improves automatic segmentation. So that might just be like the segmentation workflow, integration with computer vision, ASL to BSL, input someone talking in American Sign Language. I was wondering about the American Sign Language. I was wondering about sign language and sign language identification with this, and translate it to British Sign Language. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I was like, if our video, could I output sign language? I was thinking that exact thing. I didn't look any more into it, so I don't know what the limitations or what that is. But yeah, that's an interesting question. To what degree could we dig into sign language using this stuff? But that should be a natural thing. But then I was thinking too, translating sign language is going to be a useful thing for hearing impaired. But does the other language stuff replace sign language? Like, for example, would we still try to use sign language and convert sign language when we could just use and display language another way? Because here we're kind of generating images and videos, but wouldn't just like transcription perhaps like... So I guess the question is like, where do we absolutely need sign language where it can't simply just be replaced by some other modality of visual language? So then I was like, okay, maybe people are not doing sign language for that reason. But I didn't look any further into it. But all of this stuff, like, oh, there's even a touch designer. That's interesting. Touch designer style blob tracking and computer vision effects for ComfyUI, simple nodes for bright spot detection, plexus connection, technical aesthetics and video workflows. So I think, now that we've talked about this for a little while, I think probably that the answer is if Python can computer vision, then ComfyUI can computer vision, and Python can computer vision. So you can probably build nodes all day long to your heart's content of computer vision in Comfy. And then Comfy also has all the image inputs. You can input single images, multiple images, directories of images. You can even download images off the web through a Comfy node and then pump all of that stuff. I'm sure you can even do it live. There's video pipelines now, and I'm of just barely getting started to scratch the surface of the video inputs. But these models are also already automatically, taking frames out of videos and analyzing videos in ways that I'm not even familiar with. I've analyzed videos in various ways for like live streaming videos, but this is doing them in more advanced, traditional ways. And so all that stuff is going to pump right through the CV pipelines for sure. We can ASL to English and BSL to English. So if we can create a video, we should be able to ASL to BSL. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the thing that AI is teaching me about language, is how simply they can convert from one to the other. Or perhaps a linguist will challenge me there and say they're not so easily converted every time. But I think, information-wise, coding-wise, all the languages of code the AI seems to understand very, very well. And so translation should be possible. Now we're talking about translating vision, language that's visual, into a different visual language. It should go by the same rules. It should be the same conversion. But is it already done, or would it be something we have to do ourselves? I don't know. That I don't know, but it's definitely a practical use case. I just worry about how far, and this is not to diminish the importance of these things for the hearing impaired. But I'm wondering if maybe, like I said, it could just be replaced by another method that's already used, just like written language, displaying words instead of displaying. So I think sign language is probably, from person to person when there's not text available. If text is available, maybe we would just use that. I don't know. Damn it. What is this? You type something out here. Did you cancel that? Shoot, man. I think one of my business partners made a little mistake that I'm going to have to try to correct. Let me see what info I can get for them. So it would mean we could switch on written subtitles to movies, but also an interpreter in any deaf language. So do you imagine this like a generative, I don't know what people are doing for like generative.
I was bringing you a cookie while it was still warm, but his head
thank
fell
you.
off on the way. I'm sorry, but it's.
I got a cookie.
But his head fell off. Sorry.
His head's going to fall off one way or the other. I got a gingerbread man whose head fell off. But, so, do you know if for this type of interpreter, is that automated already? Like, is there like a video system that just like takes the dialogue and just automatically, signs it all? Is that like an automated system, or does like somebody have to do it? It seems like it could be automated in a video script. But anyway, I guess answer to that question kind of leads to if you could generate sign language using AI video models. I've had a hard time getting the video models to do what I want, so I think that one might be a hard one, but maybe not. Because the pose detectors are really good, translating a human form and hand motions into like really exact hand motions. I bet that works. So maybe that would work. Just like completely automate it with every language, prompting again, give it a prompt, and then bam, interpreter. Just like instantly. Well, I better bounce out here for now, but I gotta eat dinner. I may or may not start streaming later. I will be here for sure later though, because I did make a little bit of progress on some of these workflows, and I connected a few different workflows in a way we haven't done before. So I want to continue that, and I might just like focus mode, concentrate on, exactly what my goal is here for the stream. But like even today, just moments ago, we were talking about the prompting, and I was able to connect a kind of a prompt machine here to spit out these images. But there was another thing that I didn't really even get into that much, was this new logo maker that I made, because I made a logo Laura. And that's something interesting I would like to explore, because it's showing and displaying, logos and just crazy logo like designs that could be used for anything. Websites, letterheads, I don't know, login pages, like anything that might be related to that logo. avatars, wallpapers, you know, kits, branding kits, like just about anything. And they're cool. So with this kind of pipeline, you could really, you know, keep the content fresh and be pumping that stuff out for your own logo. I can maybe use my logo somehow. And then also, after those workflows kind of get solid, I wanted to try combining them. So that's part of the advanced workflow is, let's say you want to combine two things. What if I want to combine my character Laura with my logo Laura? And is the AI going to behave after I try stacking so many Lauras? It turns out they do. You can, with Quinn, you can stack a lot of Lauras, but the more that you do, things are going to start to break. Like your prompt adherence is probably going to go right down the toilet, but some cool stuff will come out. So we'll get to see all that. And then finally the video stuff too. That's still kind of like this behemoth of a mystery to get the video to do what we want it to do. But already we saw some cool explosion videos coming out of that. But for now, I'm going to bounce out. I'll be back later. I'll see you in Discord because I'm going to post some more of my doodles in Discord. And I've also owe some of you guys some wallpapers, you know, for the subs and stuff. I want to start getting on those. I got to hook those up to Cymetheus so we can pump those out. That'll be fun. But have a good night, Gold Queen. And we'll see you later. Danzo was in with a sub earlier. Kintobi re-upped earlier. We got some new follows. And all of the OG crew that was here and helped me IRL stream earlier, giving me some feedback on the different IRL spots that we were going to. So I'll see you guys pretty soon. Be back soon.